Hell yes, and Doritos. Hi, YouTube. How are you guys doing? Welcome on in. I don't know what else to say other than BWAHAHA. Apparently, that's what chat is saying. I appreciate each of you guys for being here all the fucking time. It means the absolute world having your guys' love and support. We're going to go into a wide variety of discussions, topics, so on and so forth. And I honestly can't wait to jump into it. Thanks so much for all the people that are subbing, that are following. I appreciate y'all from the bottom of my heart. It means the world to me. If you guys are here and you guys happen to catch this on YouTube, please leave a comment or something. It helps the YouTube algorithm. It means the absolute world to me. All the videos that do come on YouTube are completely unmonetized, and I shall make this announcement as well. If you are subbed, if you are on YouTube and you're watching this and you're subbed, hey, we have a special poll for individuals that are subbed in a whole separate section on the Discord for you guys. We literally have 10 different anime that are available for voting right now. Heavenly Delusion is finished, so this is available to you guys. And this is, all videos do come to YouTube. It's not like I'm hiding anything other than the spicy videos. I will say this: I am rewatching Mushoku Tensei season 1, have ReZero, probably interspecies review, or some of those that I can't really do on YouTube on that special section for those individuals that are members, that are subs, that help out on Ko-Fi or Throne or whatever. I'm just letting you guys know that is what we're doing there, just so that way we don't get a copyright strike. Don't know what else to say. It kind of helps out quite a little bit. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the living heck out of each and every single one of you guys. I'm super duper excited to get into it. And before we get into it, I want to start off with the section before we jump into Mushoku Tensei, which is called "Is This Deep?" Like, what can we what can we talk about it, right? What can we go ahead and go into, right? Well, first off, why don't we go ahead and talk about this? Right off the bat, we're going to go with some peer-reviewed papers before we jump right into this show as a way of referencing, like, hey, you know what? Anime fictional stories, Rudy's journey, so on and so forth, can be based on elements of real life. And this is how a psychologist sees it. And this is how individuals are able to go ahead and analyze it, right? So, for example, when it comes to Mushoku Tensei, this is not me defending any character, anything whatsoever. I am not here to justify any character's action. I am here to give you the opportunity to understand through a psychologist's perspective why a character may do what they do. Not as a form of justification, but as a form of analyzing and being like, wait a minute, so real people do stuff like this? And the question and the answer is yes, right? So once we're going into this, right, so this one is called 5 Studies Evaluate the Impact of Mental Health and Mood Recalling, Reading and Discussing Fiction. We're going to go all the way to the conclusion because they did a variety of tests. I was reading these yesterday's. Come on, all the way down here. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, these are peer-reviewed APA research studies. Here we go. Across all 5 studies, a mixed pattern emerges. 2 studies, there was a direct exposure to fiction. No results were recorded, and 3 studies that dealt with the recall and discussion of fiction. Results were on the whole supportive of the view that engaging with fiction has positive impacts on well-being. This, not just interacting with fiction, but being there and being open to discussing, being open to actually having conversations and deep talks about it, even with people that don't agree with you, allow you to actually experience the story in a good and different way. Here's another one. Hypersexuality and trauma, a mediation and moderation model from psychopathology to problematic sexual behavior, hypersexualization. Results, conclusion. We found the relationship between hypersexuality and trauma, describing an Oh, thanks so much for gifting a sub, Kaufman. I appreciate it. The ideological pathway involving depression, shame, and guilt. So if you have trauma, right, that involves depression, shame, and guilt, you might go into a hypersexual or hyposexual manner. Oh, absolutely. Hypersexuality can be described as a reactive form of major affective psychopathological disorder, representing a tip of the iceberg hiding real issues and suffering from different personalities. Another one, fictosexuality, fictoromance, and fictophilia, qualitative study in love and desire for... Why are we touching on all of this? Because it actually layers in deep how deep a series can go. We're talking about why actually taking in these shows, talking about them, having good conversations about them, allows us to be like open to everything. So let's go all the way down to the conclusion. By the way, this is what you guys should be doing in case you guys are in university. Read the abstract, come down to the conclusion. Based on a qualitative analysis of 71 public online discussions, an explorative conceptualization was referred as fictional sexuality, generally described as lasting feelings of love or desire towards a fictional character, which the phenomenon has resurfaced. Ultimately, from the data, the 5 key concepts are present, right? So there you guys go. Apparently, fictosexuality and fictolove is popping up on the Discord channels. I can throw it up to you guys. Yeah, you should also read the data after you read the conclusion in case it does fit that. But through that, right, specifically the aspects that are possible to separate from fictophilia is romanticism, on a bit like, and so on and so forth. Guys, all of these are articles that you guys can literally search up, and the last one is a correlation of social support with mental health. And more than likely, as always, if I remember correctly, this one just says, you know, are recommended to hold on seminars, students, university students, workers, older and vulnerable adult groups, make them, yeah. Essentially, you need support groups to be able to function. You need support groups to be able to go ahead and function, and you need support groups to be able to grow, ladies and gentlemen. And this is exactly why I brought up all of these research articles, and I just quickly went over them. They're up there. You guys can search to them by name. It'll pop up on Google. I'm not lying. There's no reason for me to hide any of this information. All of these research articles point to, number one, how trauma can form hypersexualization or hyposexualization. How reading fiction, being a part of anime, taking in shows like this and discussing them in a healthy way allows you to grow and allows you to actually start understanding your mental health patterns better. How, you know, parasocial relationships, right, with anime characters allows you to actually understand even concepts of romance, social cues. We're going to put like ficto romance sections a little bit more, and why you need social supports. Huge. So through that, I hope that helps you guys out a little bit. Those studies are out there for you guys to be able to go ahead and read, especially as we get ready to go on in here to Mushoku Tensei, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I know. It looks a little weird, right? All right. Here we go. All right. As we get ready to jump into this, are there any TOS in this scene? Is there any TOS, ladies and gentlemen? Del presente me voy a ver al del pasado. Oh no. No TOS. All right. Before I touch on that, let me move the camera just a little bit. Okay. Hold on. Is that better? Yes, it is. Let's go. I was a little scared. I was gonna have to be like way too far away. Blah, out of 10. So, guys, I appreciate y'all. Y'all are absolutely amazing. Why don't we go ahead and go into it? Let me make sure that you guys can hear it. You guys should be able to hear it. I read the manga so far. This is my favorite art. Maybe I'm in another timeline, but over here we're prudent. Very wholesome. Okay, very wholesome opening. Ooh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. What?
所詮はボスも飢えた狼ってことか。それともあちしの美しさが罪なのか。何やその目は。リニアはバカなの。なんだって。何をもう一回言ってみるにゃ。
うるさい。集中できないだろう。遊びに来てるんなら故郷に帰れ。
There's a couple of things that immediately stand out to me from this, right? Which is, even if Rudius was doing anything, hold on. Yet she still chooses to sit next to him. What? No, like specifically, if it comes down to this, right? Yeah, he is a pack leader. He is an individual that's in reference here. Let's talk about the lines of positioning here, right? So number one, we have Zenoba, you know, and them here. We have her back here, him all the way up front, and them two together. For an individual, what happens with individuals of power? Like, if you are put in a position of power that is unfiltered, unchecked, and you're going through a traumatic event, let's talk about it. Just for a quick second. What does that look like oftentimes? In a good work environment, in a good whatever, there's no issues because we have a lot of laws and regulations against that. But in an unfiltered environment, especially if you take a look through a historical lens at like time periods like medieval times, even 1600s, 1700s, we can even go 1800s. What did a lot of individuals with positions of powers do? They abused specific forms of power for their own health, for their own benefit. Yes, did it end up hurting others? Absolutely. But it was this a common trend for a lot of individuals that were placed in a weird position of power. What do you guys think? We don't got to go that far. We just got to look at our own history to understand that, like, people don't do that today, but people back in the day in a society like, you know, like 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 years ago, what do you get? He has personas per... Yeah. Stick figure. I know he does. I know they talked about it last episode. But specifically what I'm talking about is just, like, how individuals, even in a situation like this, even if they, like... Let's go ahead and put it like this, where they're just like, oh, you're my boss, right? Like 100, 200, 300, 400 years ago. Not today, because today we have, luckily, a lot of amazing growth in standards like this. Yeah, Persona said it was okay to touch Linya. But through that, he pushes the boundaries. The 1960s, yep. The dog is sitting away. So let me highlight this as well. For this guy here, this guy's from the OVA, right? What is Rudy? What would Rudy mean to you? What would Rudy mean to you if you were this guy, if you were this muchacho right here, the muchacho sitting up front? I know you guys can't see my thing. What would that mean? I'm gonna be honest. I would be petty. Like, if I was this guy, holy hell, I made it to a live. Well, come on in, Naxit. Appreciate you. I would be petty. I'd be like, Rudy ain't that good. I'm gonna try and find every reason to make Rudy not be that good. Rudy's whatever. And until Rudy is able to prove himself as whatever, and then I might just be like, holy fuck, I may need to go ahead and calm down. Because envy, like, if we're gonna talk about it, how many of you have felt jealous, like really, really jealous about, like, I don't know, someone dating your crush, or you know, someone doing something that you really, really wanted to do and you just couldn't do it, or any of those things? I'll be honest. If I would have acted sooner, you know, if I would have asked, I wouldn't have been that jealous. But it was like, all right, because jealousy is a normal emotion. Envy is a normal emotion. Feeling these emotions are a completely normal part of human life. I'm currently in this predicament. The aspect about it, though, is how do you use your skills to, like, stay grounded and move on, move forward from that? Because whatever it is, what it is. So I'm sure that he feels conflicted, especially, like, you know, hearing the way that, like, Eris talked about him in the OVA, and, like, seeing how he is literally becoming, like, a center point, a center pillar around everything. Sorry, what? Sorry, my mind went back for some reason. I apologize. I was talking about center pillars and how Rudy has formed himself. What is a turning point? I always took a turning point to mean that it was like Rudy is a major turning point for, like, change for Rudy is. But Master Chef Comenzó. But what is a turning point? Sorry, because I here's how my mind correlated it. My mind went Rudy, center figure, like everyone's rounding up against him, but, like, it went from that to what is a turning point to be, because he's becoming a center figure. What is the first? Hold on. I'm sorry. I hate to do this. I really do, but I need to get an answer here. Mushoku Tensei. Yes, this is still that episode. It's just, if we need to figure this out, at least for myself. What? Hold on. I'm just gonna skim through it. Because now my mind is itching at what is a turning point. All right, let's see. Come on. No fuck. Okay. Okay. No, I'm not. Like, you guys are seeing what I'm typing in here, like, you know. Okay, so that's turning point 1. Yeah, that was a little loud. I'm not gonna lie. All right, what about? I did not remember it sounding this crisp. It is like. Then turning point 2 is with Orsted. So Rudy is sorry. My mind immediately my mind immediately went into Rudy is not a turning point. Then is a turning point a reference to a war, i.e., changing the tide, a tide in the war or in an internal battle or whatnot? Because it feels as though the turning points had like Rudy was there. Yes, and Rudy, like, it's like all these dominoes started to fall, right? And he might be something unexpected. But, like, I'm using war as just like a general metaphor for what a turning point can be. My mind's gonna stay on that all night. I don't fucking know. Like, I have this weird theory going on now that, like, it's a turning point in the story. It is, but it feels as though there's more to it than just that. Otherwise, we would have gotten the turning point of Rudy quite literally knowing how to deal with, like, Sophie at the very beginning. Rudy meeting Eris would have been a turning point. Rudy, like, all like, you know, the literal breakup would have been a turning point for Rudy. However, they're not. They're not labeled as turning points. And that's what I find interesting. What's labeled as a turning point is displacement incident, Orsted. You know? So that's making me wonder, are the turning points essentially a battle between higher beings? And essentially whenever someone gets the one up, it's like another turning point in the story that affects everyone or everything in that environment? That feel like they could be. Exactly, Demi B. Exactly. Anyway, sorry. My mind is literally just going to keep like stalling on that, and I don't know why. What or who is the pivot? That's a good question. That is a good question. That is a really, really good question. Anyway.
誰に向かって口聞いてるにゃ。
申し訳ありません。勉強の邪魔になりますね。静かにします。ほら、座って。
I do wonder though, and I guess that this is another point here, right? And I know I've asked this in previous episodes, but I'll ask it again. Rudy is in a capability where, like, you know, he's grown to fame in a lot of ways, right? Yeah, he is lonely, but like, he has continuously grown to fame, like in terms of like, as an adventurer, as surviving the demon continent, as, you know, 101 other aspects out there, as Quagmire, as Mr. like can't get it up, as, you know, so on and so forth. He survived a lot of amazing points, like amazing moments, and I'm pretty sure people have talked about him bringing down a dragon and all of these things. If you were Eris, and you start hearing of things like this, what would you do? Say that word just keeps going out there about Quagmire. Have you guys heard of Quagmire? Like, he giggities all over the place and destroys dragons and all of these wonderful things, or wyverns, or whatever you want to call them. He's silent cast and so on and so forth. What would you do? Train harder, people said? I'm gonna be honest, that pedestal might go from here, from... like, let's say that this was the level, right? From normal, like, you know, normal people pedestals are around here, right? Because we fluctuate in that. Rudy for saving her was around here. These stories that are being told about the great Rudius and whatnot All of a sudden there's this, I can never meet him. I have to, you know, if I heard stories like this, wow, he's doing all of this stuff, and like wow, he's amazing. I can never match up to him, and I'm gonna have to keep training. I'm gonna have to keep doing all of this because there's this much of a level difference now from like here to here, you know. If I heard a bunch of stuff like this, I would even be afraid of approaching. If I heard, you know what, XRC or J-Tree are doing amazing, and welcome on in here, Alder. Appreciate you. We are literally a minute in. We are literally a minute in. Welcome on in. And it's like, this person has done so much, and I'm trying to distance myself just to train and be there. I'm gonna feel like I have to train a lot more. And not in a situation that it's cowering, but it's more like I have to focus on myself and grow before I can reapproach. Otherwise, I feel like the power dynamics would be off. And I feel like that's something that was happening before before like they left, which is the power dynamics were present. She had to rely on Rudy for a lot of things. Rudy was like, you know, Orsted really, the meeting with Orsted really changed their perspective, if we're being honest about it, right? Which is like how fickle life is, and how Rudy was the only one that was standing up and fighting Orsted and all of that. And it's like, do you really want to be powerless in a situation like that? Eris enters a hyperbolic training with Goku. Yeah, that would be great. So I'm really curious about like how far Rudius's how do I put it, like his legacy has started to spread. And I also kind of wonder, how many kids is Rudy going to have if he becomes an adult? Like, if Rudy becomes an adult, how many kids would he have? And would he be a good dad? I think he would be. I think he would be like he would be a little bit more understanding. That's my number one thing. Anyway. $400. I know he can't have any right now, but in the future. Thanks so much for the follow, Izunami. Izum real, sorry. No, brother. You did not just fall in love with Elinalise. You're about to get heartbroken, my brother. You're about to get her brother. It's a good question, boy. Oh, bro. Okay, that reminds me. Holy fuck. I've just been thinking of Elinalise, and it brought me back. And I guess this is a good way to talk about boundaries and talk about, like, you know, amazing people. When I was doing my master's program, I was lived in a, had my own little private room, but lived in a dorm with a bunch of other people. And let's just say, like, you know, you get to meet everyone, and everyone is an amazing individual. You know, I'm not gonna talk shit about anyone, because they are literally amazing therapists, psychologists, 101 other different professions that were there, IR, whatnot. But there was a name, you know, there was because let's just say some nights we couldn't fall asleep, so we all had to put our boundaries, because we had a moaning Myrtle and a moaning Steve. And it felt like it was on purpose, where everyone could hear and see everything, right? And it was in a very much an open way, where it was, you know, like, hey, you can come and join us. And everyone's like, no, boundaries, brother. So it's A-okay to put up your boundaries. And I remember, like, you know, being in the last year, and this freshman comes in, and, like, you know, this person, you know, the individual, I'm not going to go into what their name was, they stated, like, hey, you know what, I'm just here to have a good time, because I'm going to leave, and I'm not going to come back here, so it's not like I'm trying to make, like, a permanent, like, relationship or whatnot here. Freshman guy comes in, and he's like, I am in love with you, and she's like, it's a one-night stand. It's a one-night stand. And I just remember being there for that conversation and being like, ooh, like, I'm gonna get my takis, and just, like, listening to this conversation happening, like, you know, like, the entire time. Yeah, we don't do that here. Oh, man, it was something else. It was something else. Holy shit. We're in with the opening. Wow, sounds fun. I gotta ask you this because seeing this opening, like, it actually, I don't know, man. It hits me in the feels. It makes me nostalgic and hits me in the feels. And I want to use this opening as a form of, yes, analyzing what's being said here, but also talking about it. Aldersley, thanks so much for the sub. I appreciate it. For you guys, what does your ideal love look like? And I'm wondering, I am the whole concept of a harem or polygamy in the show. We've seen that it's possible with Paul, and I'm kind of wondering if this is where it's heading into, right? But for you guys itself, what does full love look like? Like complete, like a love that you're striving for. What does that look like? What do you wish it had? And this is a good introspection for those of you on YouTube as well. Like, what does love look like for you? With trust, someone I can learn and lean on, someone I can rely on and talk about. Trust, communication, caring for one another. Because what I'm looking at here, right, we're seeing this beautiful opening, and it's the three birds that make up this person. And I feel like in a world of possibilities, maybe each one of these, like, I don't know, epochs, birds, whatever you want to go ahead and call them, may represent a different segment that we need to fulfill ourselves. We talked literally about the polyvagal theory last time and about how it can go ahead and like act as a way of like understanding that. And through that, I want to ask you guys this, because it's also going to lead into this, right? Which is it's an introspective question as well. As a kid, who did you seek the most acceptance of? And I'm even wondering this as well for Rudy as well. As a kid, who did he seek the most acceptance of? What parent? Let's go as specific as you can. Did you seek the acceptance more of your dad or your mom? As an adult, is it still the same? Or do you seek the acceptance of family or friends or something? Your dad. Let's keep it real. Personalize this to yourself in a moment, right? I can tell, like, for a caregiver, it felt as though Rudy wanted the acceptance or wanted, like, to impress and be there for Roxy, which is why this pedestal work is there. For you guys, what is that like? For those individuals, you know, Dad, yeah, I know a lot of you guys are answering pretty truthfully, and thanks for being vulnerable. When was the last time that you said I love you to them? You know, we might not all be perfect or whatnot, but we're here for a limited amount of time. I hate to be this realist and go into like a terror management theory. Like 2 hours ago, last weekend, too long ago. Yeah, for some people, we wait a little too long. And it's just a little reference, just a little reminder to go out there and, you know, share that. Anoche por suerte, ya ves? Like a week ago, yeah. Wow. I tell my dad I love you all the time. We thought we lost him a while back, so now I say it as often as I can. Good, cardboard sheep, as you should. This intro is like chock full of mysteries and chock full of 101 aspects and things. And it's yeah, and it's beautiful, but I'm wondering. No spoilers, please. We have a home setting, university looking setting with books and stuff. Are these like white lilies or the like or the flowers that, like, you know, you sometimes turn red or whatever? What is a flower of death called? Forgot the name of it in Japan. Like, you guys know which one I'm talking about. It's like all over. Oh, it's called a spider lily. Hmm. Hmm. Rudy hysteria. Because I'm sort of wondering. My fears are going up. My fears are going up. Yeah, my fears are just going up about saying I love you. How is it genuine? Or I don't. It is a genuine feeling or just empty saying. I mean, you should say it with a genuine feeling, but I'm scared that we might lose someone in the future. Because we clearly have. Look, in case you guys are wondering, Ed, what the fuck are you talking about? We have the books. We're going through a terror management perspective in here. We're going a little bit through an attachment lens as well, right? Books, whatnot, studying. Where are we at? We're in the floral green, right? And the grand openness that is everything, right? This white person still eludes there. It's tinted blue, right? For me, this is like, yes, there is hope. There is all of these valuable things. But it's like, is death coming at a future point for like someone huge? Spider lilies are poisonous, by the way. They are? Holy shit. Okay. I did not know that. I did not know that. Huh, the empty opening is getting the Oshinoko treatment. Of course. Of course it would. But like looking at this, I'm like, is that is a concept of death, does it allow Rudy to get closer to this individual? And then even grabbing on, once you think you've solidified everything, the red comes through. And that's where my brain is coming into this, right? Which is like, even when everything seems to have solidified and he's finally getting like the hand holding, the lewd hand holding that he needs, the red appears again. You know, the petals, the like perfection that you thought he had, it like, yeah, goes away, but at the same time it might be a semblance of like something coming in again. Or signifies farewell, so it can just be about, yeah, I'm meant to represent Eris leaving, in my opinion. It can, but think about it this way, Haruhi. It can signify Eris leaving, but what I'm thinking about is this the order to which the girls are going to be reintroduced again? This is what I'm thinking. Green, university setting, so on and so forth. Blue, out in a field of like, I don't know, sadness, morrow, you know, there lies one person with you. Red, after you think that you've solidified everything and you find out that you're still missing one person. Yeah, we're with Sophie now, which is green, you know? So it's green, blue, red is what I'm saying. But there was a shot of blue before the green. Was there? Yeah, but we're talking about as soon as it comes laying into this. Look. RGB white. Of course, I might be completely wrong. I actually kind of hope that we see Eris sometime soon, or we get an OVA. I miss Eris. Is that weird to say? Like, yeah. 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 Yeah, I miss Eris too. We all do. We all do. Sorry, boys. Sorry. I see something new. Something gotta address. I'm going to ask you this as a way to talk about Rudy, right? Because a lot of people, for whatever reason, don't understand why, like, you know, why we talk about, like, break things apart, and they think, oh, you're just going into weird fucking tangents. If that's the case, bro, you have, like, other people that do 20, 30-minute reacts. This ain't this. This is long-form analysis. This is literally talking about everything relating life experiences to the show I had. This is just me being straight up about it. What is your core schema? So, for example, if I were to ask you, this is going to be a challenging question. Is there something that you're lacking? Are you good enough? Do you believe that you are good enough? I would want, and if not, why not? Why not? And this is something I am asking you guys as a form of even a belief pattern. Like, do you believe in your everyday life that you are good enough, that you are loved? Do you believe that you are smart enough? Do you believe that you are always going to be alone? Like, these are core schemas that are thrown out there, right? So some schemas, it's like a negatively imbued schema, Tom Cody, which is like, I am worthless. I am not good enough. I am never good. Like, I can never be loved. I lack maturity. Why not? Are you good enough? Let's start off with those, right? And these are questions that I would ask Rudy, because I'm sort of wondering if this is an aspect that he may be going through, which is sort of like an imposterous symptom where, yes, he has the abilities to do 101 different things, but it's like he hasn't gone through all the developmental milestones a lot of people do, right? Because I thought I was not smart and good enough. Yeah. And if you're not good enough, what makes you not good enough? We're gonna get a little bit confrontational here. This is in terms of just like a communicative pattern, right? Why do you feel like you're not good enough? And then what proves the opposite of that? So, for example, if I want you to go ahead and throw out like anything that's not like societal standards or like anything that puts them like elsewhere. I want you to use I feel I'm not good enough because of this, right? Because the moment that we stop using I feel, and the moment that we start intellectualizing, trying to analyze outside of what our own body is telling us to feel, all of a sudden it becomes a lot harder to deal with the issue, right? For Rudy, this is something that I would love. Like, I feel like Rudy needs like a good friend, a good hug, and a good, like, you know, just talking to, like, in terms of like a a good therapist, a good psychologist. Absolutely, Nick. That's sort of what I'm talking about. Is it might be an aspect of imposter syndrome, which is, you know, compared to everyone else, right? He came in here as a reincarnated individual, has past life experience. He's holding on to a lot of trauma from his past life and trauma from his current life. He is quite literally like trying to go ahead and you know, better himself. But like the main thing is, I'm looking at Rudy and I'm thinking about Rudy walking through these halls. He didn't want to go see Roxy. Why? Why? Because he felt like he wasn't good enough. He felt like he wasn't good enough to go to Roxy. Because he felt ashamed. Because there's grief in there. Because there's all these concepts of shame and 101 other aspects. Yeah, it's being scared of disappointing someone is not feeling good enough, right? Not feeling like you would walk into interaction and be okay with it. Could something as simple as changing your wording to I feel make that big of a difference? Absolutely. Haruhi, the reason being is, for example, there are a lot of people out there that, and I hate to see it, and I always, like, I crack on my therapist and, like, other individuals out there who do this, which is, oh, you're depressed. You are autistic. You are blank. You are that. What does that do? Let's talk about that. Because even for Rudy, a lot of people immediately jump into like, oh, Rudy's a this or that. What does that do? What that does is that immediately labels you and puts you into a category where all of your actions are just within that. Instead of saying, you know what? You are an individual that deals with depression. You are an individual that has symptoms of autism. You are an individual that does certain things. You, an individual, I feel as though you are an individual that, like, whatnot. I'm giving you the power and the capacity to change. What you deal with, yes, you deal with these things, but that does not define who you are. And that is a big thing through that, right? Is being able to go ahead. Yeah, that's not how you diagnose. Exactly, sick figure. And that's the number one thing to go ahead and you know, do something. Like, it's being able to identify it. Like, I feel statements allows you to communicate better, allows you to, I feel mad that Rudy did this. Rudy is a fucking, like, for example, I feel uncomfortable that Rudy was groping one of the girls. Statement, or using I feel statement. Rudy's a fucking pervert for touching one of the girls. Difference. What is the difference? I'm using that as an example. I don't really feel that way. Yeah. When using I feel, all of a sudden it's a lot harder to like combat a feeling because I'm using it in a way that like is humanizing and it's more open to everything. The other one is just like it's just like slamming down on like facts, and that's not how real world works, right? So I'm just diagnosed with human complexity. You don't feel comfortable, and the other one is judgment. Yeah. So what is your advice for Rudy? What to do if you're not good enough? So in psychology, we have a thing. We could do cognitive behavioral techniques. We could do 101 other different elements out there, right? But I think the biggest thing is examining the evidence for himself, right? Which is, for example, do you feel what makes you not feel good enough? Like making a pros and cons list, comparing that in an open setting, right? Using identity like in a way like this, right? Which is, do you feel like by you being here, by you growing, it's allowing you the opportunity to feel worthy? And what does worth mean to you? What is the sensation? Like, why do you feel guilty if you feel guilty? Tell me a little bit more about that. We can go on into significance of, like, let's make a timeline as to what you want to go ahead and do and set up some actual goals for you to achieve. Past that, do you feel unworthy because your pee-pee's not worthy, or because you don't have a partner? Because for me, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like you had Eris, someone that you felt emotionally secure with, and once that emotional betrayal happened, you felt like you've lost a part of yourself, the way a lot of people do when relationship dissolutions happen, breakups, so on and so forth. Now that you're outset about the world, you know, you're so, like, you're hyper focusing on your pee-pee, on your strong little man, thinking that is what defines you, instead of the emotional attachments that you may build with others, which I actually think may be the key to helping him rediscover himself. A strong little man, yeah. I think he sees school as a growth goal. It could be, absolutely, an intellectual, educational goal, so on and so forth. But anyway, that's sort of like the ways of thinking that you start to, like, shift Rudius's brain from being like, I'm worthless because of this, I need to do certain things, to all of a sudden being like, hey, you know, this does not define who you are, and if it does, why? Was it that truly what defined who you are? Would that have affected your experiences with Eris if you did, like, you know, or would you have found other ways to please yourself and other ways to do certain things? But Rudy's getting a chance to go ahead and go to school again and all of these wonderful things. Anyway. Oh yeah, TLC. Yeah, that doesn't take away from it being healthy, him going to school. Like, I agree with all of you guys. Like, him going to school, probably one of the healthiest options. Not gonna lie. Kind of wish he went like back home. I think that would have been an interesting form of growth there as well. And maybe gone to school later, the same way that we see Elinalise tackle it. But, Oh.
これこれ君たち亀をいじめてはいけないよ。
ああ？んだてめえは。おい、こいつ泥沼の。
事情は知りませんが6対1は卑怯ですよ。
行こうぜ。
When your name carries that much power, bro. Yuri, thanks so much for the sub. Appreciate it. Yeah, when your name, like just your name alone, causes 6 people to leave you alone. Yeah, Quagmire to the rescue. I do wonder though, and I'm kind of surprised that people aren't challenging him. You know, like, I'm surprised that like there aren't people coming forward to start challenging Rudy, especially in an environment like this where he has this name, this whatever, and you're not having a bunch of people just come through and be like, nah, let's go, you know, because all of a sudden you have someone with somewhat of a name, and people love to shit test. People love to go ahead and test out an aspect of things. He beat Fitz, yeah, but still, even outside of the school, I would expect people to be like, "Oh, Quagmire's there. Fuck it. Is he truly good? Let's go check it out." Now, let me throw something out there, right? Which is, I hate bullies. I hate bullies with the fucking passion. I've always been one to stand up against bullies. I've always been like one to go ahead and handle certain shit. Like here's a reason why I was never picked on in high school, middle school, college, anywhere. And I've gotten a couple of bar fights myself, abroad and here. Since I was 2 or 3 years old, I was put in martial arts, so I know I've been in a lot of training, and I still coach. My family has a whole gym dojo. We train mixed martial arts. We do 101 different things. We bring up some upcoming LFC, UFC fighters from my area. Best way for me to go and throw that out there, right? But when I was in middle school, when I was a kid, right? Aside from having like a recollection of like, you know, people know the fact that we're there were people that wanted to test shit out, right? So, for example, yes, I may look this way, but that still does not stop me from throwing like powerful kicks, knowing my judo, knowing jiu-jitsu, knowing how to box, knowing my kempo, knowing my Muay Thai, knowing my Krav Maga, knowing all these different styles that I've studied since like the past 25 years, essentially, you know? It's been 25, 26 years, yeah, since I've been essentially like doing like nonstop martial arts. So I'm going to get back into this story because there's a reason why I'm going into this, and I'm going to talk about like challenges and stuff like this. There's an ad incoming. Let me know whenever the ads hit, so that way we can go into a quick be right back and I can go to the restroom real quick. I remember Kenichi trading under head. I wish, man. No. I'm not even going to say I'm good. Like I'm like phenomenal or great or anything. I'm decent. Like I know how to defend myself. I've done 101 other aspects to do that. And like I will never say anything other than that, gentlemen. But I just wanted to showcase, just in case you guys were wondering. Hey, you see that kid in the white in the white little suit right here? Yeah, that's me. So if that's not saying how long it's fucking been, Baby Ed, it is Baby Ed. I actually have a whole collection of like literal, like, you know, fighting stuff. For example, there's me again, so on and so forth. Just as an aspect to showcase, like, hey, yes, it's been since I was a little kid that I've been involved in situations and stuff like this. Is everyone back? Are there no more ads? I want to make sure. No ads, only Ed. Oh, yeah, I know, Baby Ed. So the reason why I highlight that though is like, so you started training for concussive therapy very early on. Yeah. Being in middle school and being in high school, mostly middle school, one of the big things that popped up for me was like, there was a lot of kids, people, individuals that wanted to be a part of gangs and stuff like this. Everyone sort of knew my parents. They knew what, like, you know, where it came from, and someone was being bullied. Stepped in. Next thing I know, I have a bunch of kids trying to go ahead and fight me. Defended myself, ended up in the principal's office because I threw too hard of a kick, way too many hard kicks, and essentially was told, we know that you stepped up to defend somebody, but like, you know, you didn't have to beat up these people, right? Because it was like 7, 8 people. They were kids. They were kids, as a matter of fact. You just have to remember, they're like the same age as me. They're just trying to go out and bully this one kid. So, what ended up happening? Word spreads, right? Word starts spreading that, like, hey, you know what? Like, Ed is this. Ed does that. Ed is, you know, whatnot. High school comes around, join marching band, do theater, still do martial arts and wrestling and all of these other things. Word still spreads. Now you have people trying to just challenge you for whatever fucking reason. Oh, you're doing this, and it's like weird little challenges that start to pop up, and it comes up to a form and a factor where I'm sort of wondering for Rudy, like him trying to center himself in this position, him like stepping in, and his name carrying so much like weight now. I'm wondering, wouldn't people, like, legitimately, wouldn't people try and challenge that as well? Oh, there is. Absolutely, Mickey. Absolutely. There's a huge difference between trained and untrained. Fighting and everything. Like, you also have to remember, like, people don't really know how to punch or how to, like, correctly, like, throw a punch or correctly throw a kick or correctly be able to do anything. But that's sort of why I'm bringing it up. I'm really, really curious how this is going to go for him. And if in the future, if there's going to be any implications for him with others specifically targeting him because of the legacy. I'm deaf. So am I. Let's back it up just a little bit. Sorry about that.
お前に助けられる筋合いは。いや、助かったよ。
Oh, you can at least say thank you.
てっきり噛みつかれるかと思ったが、敵じゃないと認識したのか。そもそもなんで俺はクリフに嫌われているんだ。
まあいいか。
おい。
Oh no. Oh no.
実は好きな子がいるんだ。
おい。
Brother, you're trying to get Rudy as your wingman. Oh no, brother. Nick, there's this girl I like. Nick, there's this girl I like. Wingdius, right? Oh no. Oh, dude, Rudy, do me a solid. I mean, you know I'd set you up. Oof. Oh, man, I love you, man. I appreciate you. Well, that's sort of what I want to highlight, though, is you got to trust your bro. Like, you got to be there for your brother. Like, even, like, they would call me, okay. I was sort of the wingman for everyone back in the day, right? But I got to ask you this. How many of you would like legitimately be a wingman for a friend? Like, do your best for a friend, or if someone asked you to, like, hey, I really, really like this girl, or whatever. How many of you would be a wingman for that person? Been many a times. Yeah. Some of them ended up being thriving relationships, you know, like they got together. Some of them ended up being some horrible stuff. You can't control the relationship. You can only be the wingman. You know, that's probably the best way to set it up, right? For my bro, always I would introduce them. Never, but wouldn't mind. I'd catch a grenade for my boys. Would you though? Would you? Man, if it's Elinalise, I think the only advice I would say to him is literally just go knock at her door. You don't even gotta say anything. Just go knock at her door. Like, that's all you have to do. I find it easier to talk up someone else than myself. Well, yeah. Yeah, because like it's easier to go ahead and be there for someone else knowing that the intention is not for you than it is like, hey, you're trying to go ahead and get with someone. Ew, right? It's like, no. No way. Squixie, welcome on in. Appreciate you joining us. Welcome.
何をいきなり、まさか手紙を渡してきてくれとか、告白の練習をとでも言うのか。
あの人なんだ。
おい。マジか。
窓辺の君、エリナリーゼ・ドラゴンロード。彼女にふさわしい美しくも勇ましい名前だ。当然ながら勤勉で成績も良く冒険者だったから実戦における魔術の知識も持っている素晴らしい人だ。
はあ。
見間違いかと思ったが、本当にエリナリーゼのことらしい。
しかし
Brother.
彼女が男子生徒と見境なく一夜を共にしているというよからぬ噂を昨日の奴らが流していたんだ。
Not really rumors if it's true. Not really rumors if it's true, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, oh that's true. Hey, actually, we have another hat here, but we gotta wait for the right moment. That's cute. I'm just saying.
だからやめさせようとしたんだが。
残念ながら嘘じゃないんだよな。
なぜその話を僕に？
その紹介してくれないか。
Brother.
知り合いなんだろ。
恋愛相談
Oh no. Oh no. Bro, you shouldn't have asked it like this, brother. Oh no. Oh no. Why I get it. Fitz might be. Have you seen, like, yeah, people fangirl over Fitz, but like, have you? It's like, okay, hold on. Because I get Rudy as being in a position like that, right? And Fitz is the real homie, right? And you gotta, like, you're like, yeah, man, he's so cool. Everyone likes him. But, like, a real homie has never had any experience like that as well. Fitz, yeah, Rudy always goes to Fitz for advice. He can't ask Luke. That would be dangerous. But, I mean, him knowing Elinalise, right? And him knowing that, like, she pays people to do it and then leave her alone.
ルーデウス君、好きな人がいるの？
いえ、知り合いの話なのですが。
知り合い？
フィッツ先輩だから明かしますが、特別生のクリフ先輩のことです。
あ、そうなんだ。
Aww.
続けて。
I like how relaxed she got after that. I'm just asking for a friend, man. I'm just asking for a friend. I swear, man. I'm just asking for a friend. Like, you know, how would you approach asking this girl out? I'm just asking for a friend, you know. I'm not asking for myself, you know. Not. But still, seeing her reaction and seeing this interaction here,
好きな人がいるの？
which is, it reminds me a lot of, like, if you had a relationship in high school. How was that like for you? Like, their interactions and the way that they're, like, talking to one another and how afraid they are of making a move or doing certain things and, you know, being assertive in certain locations. I find this really, really cute and interesting, and even body language wise. Hold on. Body language wise. What do you take away from this? What do you take away from that, body language wise? You never had a relationship in high school, Oh. Did you have one in college at least or something? What do you take away from that? She is more engaged than, like, he is. They are leaning towards one another a little bit, but simply like paying attention to how she's more turned towards him. He has the wall up of his hand, right? In this case, still looking at her because it's something that he's guarded about. Like, think about positioning of the hand, right? He has his hand positioned in a way where, like, it's still an unsureness, right? She's more open to it, more open to being open about it, right? Like, even the way that, like, she's zoning in, like, this is, it's awesome to see that, like, the animators took the time to, like, solidify even, like, the small traits like this as to what it would mean for people to be genuinely interested in a conversation that is present and what that means going forward. Yeah, Fitz is more interested in the story. Yep.
いえ、知り合いの話なのですが。
知り合い？
フィッツ先輩だから明かしますが、特別生のクリフ先輩のことです。
あ、そうなんだ。続けて。
クリフ先輩、ある人物に一目惚れをしたそうなんです。その惚れた相手っていうのが僕の知っている人なのですが、紹介するには少々問題がありまして、こういう場合どうするべきですかね。
ルーデウス君はその女性のことをどう思ってるの？
嫌いではありません。恋愛対象としては見れませんが。
そうなんだ。でもルーデウス君がそういう目で見れないだけで、クリフ君は別かもしれないよね。僕も好きな人がいるから、その人の気持ちはわかるよ。
フィッツ先輩に好きな人？
I wonder who. I wonder. Yeah. Oh, come on. You gotta at least question yourself a little bit there, Rudy. Like, would you? Right?
誰だろう。無難に考えるとアリエル王女かね。
見てるだけで告白できないって辛いことだと思うんだ。だからきちんと紹介して告白するチャンスを与えてあげるのがいいんじゃないかな。
でも後になって問題が起きるかもしれません。
それは仕方ないよ。だって紹介してもらったら後のことは本人同士の問題でしょ。
言われてみれば確かにその通りか。
That is pretty true.
わかりました。フィッツ先輩、ありがとうございました。
お役に立てたなら何よりです。だって紹介してもらったら後のことは本人同士の問題でしょ。
言われてみれば確かにその通りか。
わかりました。フィッツ先輩、ありがとうございました。恋愛対象としては見れませんが。
そうなんだ。でもルーデウス君がそういう目で見れないだけで、クリフ君は別かもしれないよね。僕も好きな人がいるから、その人の気持ちはわかるよ。
フィッツ先輩に好きな人？誰だろう。無難に考えるとアリエル王女かね。
見てるだけで告白できないって辛いことだと思うんだ。だからきちんと紹介して告白するチャンスを与えてあげるのがいいんじゃないかな。
でも後になって問題が起きるかもしれません。
それは仕方ないよ。だって紹介してもらったら後のことは本人同士の問題でしょ。
言われてみる。
I'm scared. Sorry if that took a minute.
では確かにその通りか。
わかりま。
There is someone snoring in the background in the show. Yeah, not live, but in the background of the show. Fitz is a really, really loving and caring individual. I'm scared of if they get together what potential relapses would mean. Like, I'm looking at this, right? And I'm seeing all of this, and I'm like, she's really, really caring. She's really, really open. Hold on. I guess I'll put this on. I'll say it like a statement just so that, like, right? So here's the thing. When someone is really, really anxious, right? When someone, like, in terms of being, like, too adaptable and too caring about individuals, what happens? I'm not saying she's too good for him or anything like that. No. What I'm talking about is when it comes down to, like, here's the thing, Mickey. I'm scared, like, she'll become a doormat. I mean, that's one way. I'm thinking about, like, yeah, say that she's a loving, caring partner. Say that they get married, so on and so forth. In the future, she becomes a wife, whatever, right? I don't know what this story holds. I'm not going to pretend like I know or anything like that. I don't. Say that happens. Say that Rudy and her are traveling together or whatever. What happens in a situation like this where she's too accommodating, too loving, too everything, and Rudy relapses? What happens? This is the cooking hat. We're cooking right now. We're cooking a little bit of a stew here. Overlooking bad behavior. Say that he pulls a Paul and cheats for whatever reason. He goes to a brothel, or he meets up with Cliff Senpai again, or or anyone, and they're like, "Hey, let's go over here." Would Sylphie forgive him for cheating, going to a brothel or something? Goes whoring with Soldat. Yeah, Sagas. Would Sylphie just be like, whatever? So then comes the next question, which is, if no boundaries are being drawn, is this... I think she just accepts whatever Rudy has done, but she will just keep her hurt feelings by herself. But is that healthy? Is that healthy for yourself if you just keep those hurt feelings for yourself? I know she thought about it last episode, right? Like, what if that happens? But the thing is, like, for yourself, would that be healthy in an environment like that? Not even having a serious discussion about it. Like, for example, hey, we're in an open relationship or whatever. And so that's sort of where I'm wondering about this. Because I'm like, I wonder, like, if... I hate to highlight it, and I'm sure that people have told you this. How many of you are like, I will never be like my parents? How many of you have said something like that in the past? There's a lot of adults that come to therapy, that come to counseling, and that tell me, you know what? I start, like, and they're in their 40s, 50s. They're like, I started noticing that, like, I started repeating a lot of the behaviors that my parents did. Oh, I already am, and I hate it. Hello. I'm a mix of both, Lucifera. ¿Cómo estás? It's difficult to overcome. It is difficult to overcome generational trauma. Absolutely. What would cause a relapse like that? If it gets with Sylphie, what would cause him to seek intimacy somewhere else? Grief. Want me to be honest with you? Grief. Grief fucks people over. Like, if you don't know how to handle grief the way that we know that he can't really handle grief from a breakup, what would other forms of grief be? Finds out that Eris passed away. Boom. Instantly, he might be like, Finds out that Roxy is gone. Could you imagine? Like grief, like if grief is left untreated, it turns into major trauma. Don't get me wrong, right? If you don't know how to process grief, it turns traumatic. Grief allows us to sometimes venture in some of the deepest, darkest parts of ourselves. Drinking, gambling, sex, all of these things, because they're things that can keep our brain stable to not feel the intensity of the grief that is there at that moment, Is it healthy? No. But is it something that happens because of human nature? Yes. And this is what I'm scared of. What if something happens to Sophie? Good question, actually. God can't die. So exactly how he reacted after the Sarah thing. Yeah. So that's sort of what I'm fearing about this is, like, in this show, like, if I was there, I would love to get Sylphie to start like at least putting up some mild boundaries and stuff. Like, she can do whatever she wants in her life, but at least being able to go ahead and like set up some boundaries in that sake. And also, I kind of wonder in the opposite way for Rudy. Say that they were together. Say that Rudy starts fucking around or whatever. Is he comfortable if Sylphie starts fucking around as well, or no? Is that a no-go? I am so curious, like, if they were to get together in the future, because Mushoku Tensei has a way of, like, redirecting shit. I mean, he has long-lasting effects of Eris leaving. He's still looking for a cure. Yeah. Like, that's... Would he be comfortable if Sophie found another partner instead of, like, if like, he starts cheating if, you know, Sophie started cheating as well or started finding other people out there? He probably wouldn't let it. Sophie and Luke hook up. Oh, they do? Wait, what? Just look at Eris. He still feels possessive over her. I am so curious, man. I am so curious where this is going to go. I'm just seeing some patterns emerge here that make me a little, like, wary. I'm not even going to say uneasy, but it makes me wary of the situation that may come. You know? It makes me wary that, like, not everything is, like nice and clean, and, you know, like, even though, like, the relationship, like, you know, it's like really, really cute the way that they're exploring things, but it might not necessarily be that way. Luke hooks up with everyone but Sophie. Hold on, let me answer this. All right, let's go ahead and continue,
ま
ladies
した
and gentlemen.
フィッツ先輩ありがとうございました。
お役に立てたなら何よりです。
She's too cute. Ah. She is too cute, though.
あらルーデウス、珍しいですわね。あなたから来るなんて。そちらの方は？
クリフ先輩来る前にも言いましたが、どういう結果になっても僕は関知しませんからね。
もちろん振られるのは覚悟の上だ。
エリナリーゼさん、こちらはクリフ・グリモルさん、特別生で一つ上の先輩です。
ご紹介に預かりました。クリフです。
あらあら、これはどうもご丁寧に。
Y'all might judge me for this, that's fine.
あらあら。
That's fine. Y'all can judge me for this, I don't care.
ご紹介に預かりました。クリフです。
あらあら。
Y'all can judge me for that. I don't care, man. There's honestly one technique. There's one technique. No, and no. Guys, so we have a degeneral section set up now on the Discord, right? And let's just say, if you can imagine it, it's in there. I am surprised that not a lot of people have been throwing up some Elinalise stuff up there. Because, whoo, you know, we can't judge anyone. Let me go post some Elinalise art. I mean, are you asking? I am asking. I don't. Yeah, the man spoke. Down horrendous. Oh man, I'm surprised. Okay, hold on. If you were in Rudy's shoes, what would you tell Cliff? Now I have an idea. I know what I would tell him, right? And I know what I would do now. I would go ahead, and now that I'm thinking about it, do something like this, right, Cliff? So we're gonna go ahead and put these on you, right? You're gonna approach her, and you're gonna say, "I want to have your kittens," yeah, right? And it'll just go off from there. Like, that is honestly, like, good advice. Good luck, my boy. Good luck. Figure it out.
これはどうもご丁寧に。エリナリーゼドラゴンロードですわ。それでクリフさんはこの私に一体どんなご用ですの？
何でもエリナリーゼさんを紹介してほしいらしく連れてきました。
はい、エリナ・ディーゼさんのお美しいお顔はいつも拝見していました。ぜひとも個人的なお付き合いをお願いしたいのです。
ちょっと
何ですか？
いくら欲しいんですの？
まさか先輩を売りに来たと思ったのか。
Here to pimp.
最低だな。
金はいりません。
嘘おっしゃい。 ルーデウス、あなた私のこと分かってるでしょ？
No.
あんな騙しやすそうな子を連れてくるなんて恥を知りなさい。
恥知らずはどっちだよ。
騙すも何も僕は紹介してくれと言われただけです。
本当ですの？
なんだったら
Bro, she booked it faster than anything else. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, no, 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 no. I mean, this dynamic, if they do end up together and all lovey-dovey and he's treating her right and he understands her symptoms and causes and say that she's still, I am so curious where this is going to go, man. Like, wait a minute.
ロキシー師匠に誓ってもいいですよ。
ルーデウスの言葉が本当だとしても、本気の子はちょっと困りますわ。
意外だな。実はそんなこともあろうかとか言って宿に連れ込むかと思ったんだが。
私の呪いはご存知でしょ？一人とお付き合いすることはできませんのよ。
じゃあ仕方ありません。綺麗に振っちゃってください。
I'm kind of curious. This might sound fucked up, right? This might sound really, really like. Guess I have to put this on. Can she really not stay with one partner? Like, what if the man's a sex fanatic? Yes or no? That, like, it's not a spoiler, just yes or no. In theory, I'm thinking about this and I'm like, if you're saying in theory, it means it's not possible, or it's probably not probable, right? Because they would need like a lot of like stamina, or they would need to so on and so forth. Yes, now the hat is deflated because I'm like, my head is now like Rudy. let me go ahead and fix this up. Hold on. You know, sometimes it just needs some tender love and care. Hold on. There we go. You see, there we go. Looks like a Smurf hat now. I'm going off of other, like, typical writing anime and stuff like this. Is she collecting the vitality of people that she sleeps with? I know it's like because she has a curse in her. But I'm sort of like, my brain is taken off into a weird direction, and I'm just going to go with it just for a second here. Is she collecting the vitality of the men that she sleeps with? My brain is thinking about, like, Dead by Snoo Snoo. Not to, like, live longer, but what about to create something? Because I'm like, imagine this. Oh, these are my medicine that I have to take. In case you guys start seeing me like go down in energy or anything like that, just know it's because I'm on some really, really heavy meds, and like my energy can go up and down, and it's affected by and like really, really insanely strong antibiotics. Yeah. So anyway, this is what you get when working in environments. You get like diseases that, like, not diseases, makes it sound bad, like stuff in your lungs that shouldn't be there. So if this is like, say, a magic crystal, and say that Mickey is here, and I'm like, Mickey, actually, yeah, I'll use Mickey. Mickey, I love you, man. I'm going to use you for this example. I am Hitogami, right? And I appear before you, and I like push this in your belly. And I'm like, from now on, you will, like, you know, you have to go ahead and fill up this container, this emerald of energy with the vitality of everyone, or else you're gonna die, or else you're gonna pass away. You have to have sex with people and collect vitality for this thing to come through. Where's this theory coming from, by the way? I'm just using a stereotypical theory of, like, any form of, like, oh, there's a curse, and why is there a curse? It's usually because it's something else to do, aside from it just being a general curse. Oh, no, boys. So we fill her up, boys. More like a white prism. Yep. Where it's usually like I think I've seen in some of the Final Fantasy games and other games like that. Like, you have to go ahead and, like, kill a certain number of enemies before the crystal's purified, or so on and so forth. Watching too much hentai, that's where it came from, literally. So that's sort of what I'm wondering is this a curse, or is this more like an agent of chaos, or an agent of potential change for future orientation? Sorry if that made absolutely no fucking sense. I'm trying my best, guys. I really, really am. But, like, yeah, but a curse can be both, man. Because who put this curse on her? Because my thing is, for how long? Me hacen ver la obra de otros ojos, right? Gracias, Lugo. Lo aprecio mucho. Because who put this curse on her? And that's the main thing. For how long? Doesn't make sense. You can't just put a curse on someone for eternity and they're like, you know what, fuck it, I want to live forever, because then the meaning of life, like, you know, everyday life would start to end. So therefore, Elinalise is still living for a reason, and I'm sort of wondering if there's a timed event from this, i.e., there's something that's going to come out of this curse, and the reason that it's placed in it is for that specific reason. That's a genuinely good question. I don't know, man. I have weird fucking suspicions, because it could have been a curse about, like, oh, you know what, like, you just have to have sex a lot, right? Or sex so many times a day to live. But for Elinalise, it's more like she needs it to survive. She needs it to live. Curses are natural occurrences, said something that, not something. What about a god? You say natural occurrences, for Noda. What about a god? Because weren't the Rudyard clan cursed? I'm sorry if it feels like if it feels like a weird line of questioning, but I'm just like, so then therefore, did someone in Laplace then put this curse on Elinalise? The spears were made by Laplace. Did someone in Laplace then put this curse on Elinalise? That's where my questions are going to. They were affected by cursed weapons. Yeah, which means that someone can put a curse on it. Who blessed Zenoba then? Yeah. Anyway, why don't we go ahead and continue, guys?
いいんですの？ルーデウスの顔に泥を塗るんじゃなくて？
問題ありません。でもなるべく真実を話してあげてください。
分かってますわよ。
I'm gonna make a poll now. I have to make a poll. Hold on. I have to make a poll, ladies and gentlemen. I'm making this poll for you guys. Hold on. There we go. Would you smash Elinalise? Yes or no? Knowing full well that you are gonna go ahead and instantly 76%, 81% being like yes. Oh god.
ルーデウス、人の恋路を覗き見るもんじゃありませんわよ。
そうですね。では僕はこれで失礼します。
I have to say, there's something about Elinalise, like, in the first season, I might have been a little too hard on her. Looking at the golden zone here, the absolute territory, she knows what she's doing. She's working this like no tomorrow, brother. She looks like she takes care of herself well. Why not? 93 of you are saying yes. 96. Well, 81%. Like, damn, dude. Out of 100 and something of y'all that have voted so far, 81 say yes. 80% say yes. Wow.
ルーです。ありがとう。
クリフには悪いが、これが一番いい結末だろう。
Man, she's about to drive you off a fucking cliff, brother. You're about to have an experience of a lifetime, brother. You're about to go in there and like have an absolute fucking moment, dude. What do you think will happen? Honestly, I could probably see them like slowly but surely getting together. Like I could probably see them like coming to an agreement or something, because I feel like other people just wanted to lust after her, right? Like he might actually try and get to know her. I don't think he'll fix her, but I feel like he might try and like be there for her, or try and go ahead and find out the reason for how to dissolve this curse or something, you know? Magic can take care of that. And the look on Soldat's face after he had his time with her tells me all I need to know. That man has been with professionals and never looked that happy. Valentin, yes. Yes. Actually true. Oh my god. Okay, 80% of you are still sticking with yes, 20% of you are saying no. There's detox. Yeah, dude, I was also scared about that. I was like, oh man, like STDs in this world, and demi-human STDs as well, like that would go rampage, but detox magic is a thing. I think you'd be fine. I am curious though, in terms of the religiosity or like the religious and political perspective, like powers in this world, will we see more of that continuing on forward? Like, do we? Because for example, I wouldn't doubt that like seeing a certain region being affected by a natural disaster would cause a nation to try and overtake it, or go to war, or try to do certain things about it. You know. What did they say about? Hold on, I gotta back it up just a little bit. Apologies.
僕も好きな人がいるから、その人の気持ちはわかるよ。
フィッツ先輩に好きな人？誰れてみれば確か。
あら、ルーデウス。珍しいですわね。あなたから来るなんて。そちらの方は？
クリフ先輩、エリナリーゼさんを紹介してほしいらしく連れてきました。
はい、エリナリーゼさんのお美しいお顔はいつも拝見していました。
クリフ先輩、来る前にも言いましたが、どういう結果になっても僕は関知しませんからね。
I'm not going back to the ara ara, I swear. I'm skipping around. Just give me a second. We are going to continue.
"あなたは私のこと分かってるでしょ?"
なんでもい
ルーデ
るかもしれません。
それは仕方ないよ。
My brain is itching. Like I'm like. Could you guys give me internal monologues that Rudy has that is without Hitogami, please? I know. I swear. Like from season 1 and from now, like especially early season 1, and from now, like just internal monologues that he has that are could be anything, could be about absolutely anything in this new world. Just pick one. Just pick one.
"トラックに綺麗な風景だ。こんな写真見たことがある。やっぱりヨーロッパの方だろうか。にしてもさすがに田舎すぎだよな。電気もガスもないって何時代よ。
だって紹介してもらったら後の
で一つ
ご用ですの？
お願いしたいので。
ルーデウス。
マスも叱ってもいいで
ますわ。はできません。
すいません。そうですね。
I made an account to vote yes to Elinalise. I guess I was too late. Oh, Reba. Well, welcome on in, man. I appreciate you.
"生まれ変わってもパソコンくらいさ。
同じく跳ねられたとみられる高校生2人は未だ行方不明につき現在捜索中。至急応援を頼む。
I swear, it all relates. It really does.
あの3人は助かったのか。
I'm wondering something, and y'all, please don't, please, if it's true or if it's not, don't answer it. Please just leave it be. If it, you know, whatever. These are my thoughts. We've seen Rudy start getting adjusted to his body to the point where his self-talk and whatnot has been there. Yes, we've heard this inner dialogue voice monologue happening a lot, right? Because we all have internal monologues, but usually our internal monologues match us. Is this Rudy's first run through? Is my question. This is where my question is going to. Is essentially, is this Rudy's first run through? Is what? What? Because I'm thinking about the way that things have been laid out, right? I've been thinking about turning points in situations like this and how one little effect could have changed these stories so far. And I'm even looking at the things, right? Jobless reincarnation, master of friend, emergency family meeting, a young lady in violence, a day off for Noah, what lies beyond effort, and then a turning point, right? Seeing how Orson doesn't really know who he was or whatnot, it's making me wonder. It's making me wonder two specific things. This voice, internal voice that we're hearing of Rudy, right? I was calling it Earthius for the longest fucking time, right? I've been calling it fucking Earth. It's Earthius, man. It's the Earthius internal monologue, but is it? Like my mind is rushing into, could this be older Rudius going through it again? It's a present voice. It is a present voice. It is a present voice. Not even like a retrospective. Like, Mickey, say that we both grow to be 130 years old. And say that there is, I don't know, some major action or something happening, and we need to fix certain events from the past, certain events that are happening, right? You can still be surprised by everything. This does not mean that you are present 110% of the time. It makes me wonder, like, because this Rudius is still Rudius. What I'm talking about is the internal voice of Rudius that does not match, like, because, for example, there's a disassociation. This is often what happens when he meets with Hitogami. Hitogami brings over his Earth self as a way to attack him. However, he had been growing in his self-confidence and he had been growing in his thing with Soldat to a point where he had started to go ahead and, like, meet the requirements of meeting what is known as self. So it makes me wonder, is Rudius at some point in the story going to sound like older, like Earthius, and is that going to be old Rudius? It doesn't have to be, but my brain is hitting on a lot of things. My brain is literally hitting on, like, ¿crees que esa voz puede ser la imagen mental que tiene Rudius de sí mismo como una experiencia consecuencia de reencarnar con esos recuerdos y como esos afectos a su yo eterno? Yeah, because absolutamente. So there's two different versions of ourselves, right? And in psychology, we can even talk about our shadow selves and aspects of ourselves, right? So, for example, how many of you talk to yourselves? How many of you have internal voices? I have an internal voice, my own voice that talks to me, right? Yeah, a personal internal voice that you talk to yourself. Okay. Now, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to do an exercise with me. If you could give your younger self a piece of advice, imagine your younger self right in front of you. What would you say? How would they respond back to you? Like a serious piece of advice. It's not buy Bitcoin. Like something that you wish you would have learned earlier. Who are you, random voice? Don't do a PhD. Okay. Now the question is, what if you could ask, a younger voice would probably be sarcastic and ignore you. What would you ask an older version of yourself? How would they sound like? So now the question becomes this, right? Through that, this is often a narrative exercise that a lot of people do in order to try and, like, you know, gauge and see how interpersonal voices can be used. I'm looking at this and I'm like, sorry, this is gonna sound like I'm on something. I swear I'm not. Are the turning points happening? I sound fucking wild. I swear I know I sound fucking wild. Like, I swear, I know I sound like my brain's fucking overheating from this because everything is, like, going through this. Are the turning points essentially a chess match, right? Where Rudius, and I know I've used this analogy for ReZero, but where Rudius is the unknown secret pawn that allows moments of change. However, he is not the turning points. The first turning point seemed to be the displacement incident, or even, like, I don't know how to put it. Like, if we're gonna be real about it, right? When did the girl with the black hair come into this world? Probably around that time, if we're gonna be realistic about it. We can draw conclusions from that. What's the next turning point? Rudius's death with Orsted, right? Or Orsted coming into contact with them. So I'm thinking, right, that these turning points, and I'm sort of wondering, are these turning points essentially a chess match that is happening between two gods? And Rudius is in the middle witnessing everything. And he's sort of like the immortal pawn that sees everything that's happening, and they're just pushing him and pushing him and pushing him and trying to go ahead and do something. We can't be saying yes or no. It also makes me wonder, why are these turning points happening? If Orsted said, we've been through 101, like, you know, he's, it's like, I'm not, like, what are you doing here, when he met with Rudius and whatnot, then Orsted has been through loops. We know that time is a concept in here where looping is normal. Why does Rudius break that? Sorry, I know I'm going through a lot of these. Guys, remind me when SB gets here about these questions so that I can ask him. I can ask him about all of this, because for me, what this is saying is, say that Rudius were to come back for like whatever reason, right? What if these turning points are happening not out of randomness, but out of a set account that needs to happen to break? I don't know. I don't fucking know. My mind is like going 1,000 miles an hour, and I don't feel like it's gonna make any sense for y'all. Like my mind is literally just like, like it feels as though these turning points are happening for a reason, and it feels as though like even the actions that the characters are taking, granted it is filled up with a lot of like wonderfulness and all of that, like they're being led in that direction, knowingly, unknowingly, external forces, internal forces, to like hit these turning points for these wars. Trying to, espera la temporada 3. No. With the way Orson talked, I could buy this theory. Yeah, that's why I'm like, why was Rudius reincarnated in the first place? Who reincarnated Rudy? That's the question that we should ask ourselves. Because there are gods that are stronger than Hitogami that can reincarnate Rudy into this world where Hitogami didn't really know. Telling you, man. Telling you, there's something more in here. Would that mean it is Rudy's first sloop? Could be. Anyway, sorry guys. Ed, are you sure this is your? Man, I honestly, it is. If it wasn't, I wouldn't make a lot of the mistakes I've made so far, man. I just keep eating imaginary popcorn. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think there should be an ad coming up for you guys. I'm not quite sure. Yes, go back to my boy Cliff. Cliff just wants some love. The reason why this is all coming from questions in here, by the way. The questions that like I'm asking so far comes from what we've seen so far and how everything interrelates. I'm curious if others have caught on or have asked very similar questions in this regard. Let me know if an ad pops up, guys.
おはようございます。
Oh no.
ルーです。おはよう。
Oh no.
私たち付き合うことになりましたの。
話違くない？
あんな男らしいプロポーズをされては、さすがの私でもキュンときてしまいましたのよ。
それはおめでとうございます。
Oh, he's okay with it. He wants to watch. No. Active participation. And no, what a lad. That's not what he meant. Nico moment. It should have been me. It should have been me. We are honestly though, if he was just very direct and honest and open about it, and he's like, I don't mind or whatever, I could see why this relationship could blossom into what it is right now. But also, I love her face back here, like, bro, y'all need to fucking stop it. It's like that couple that like doesn't stop making out in front of you when you're like, oh my god, dude, this actually brings me back to college days. There was this couple that got together like halfway through a class, and then they just couldn't keep their hands off of one another. Like they were like, and you're just like, dude, you could wait till you get home. Like you could literally like go to your car and chill, bro. Like there's boundaries, brother. Every high school couple be like, yeah. It sounds like my college days. Oof. Would he be okay with her doing it with other people if they were separated? That's an interesting point. That's an interesting point. Anyways, let's see what he came up with. What agreement did he come up with? Is he like, let me be in the room? Or is he like, hey, if you're not with me, whatever, man, it's fine. Like, you know, whatever they're up to, you know, you can agree to 101 different things. We don't kink shame here. You do you. You do you, you know? There is no kink shaming in this community. You do you. To control myself. How long is that gonna last, brother? How long is that gonna last, brother? Brother. How long is that gonna last, dude? Yeah, I already put the audio back on. Hold on, I backed it up. Oh, did it give you a 7? Ew, it should only be like a minute something. Like, Ed and Mute Stream classic. How long can Cliff survive?
私これからはクリフのためになるべく我慢することにしましたのよ。
エリナディーゼだけに辛い思いはさせない。君の呪いはこの僕が必ず直してみせる。
クリフ。
エリナディーゼ。
行こうジュリー。
Was she born with this curse, or did someone curse her afterwards? Does she have kids? Also, what's up, Eidolon? How you doing, man? Hope you're doing well. That's a Natalie question? Yeah, she might be... Wiggle, there's a lot to worry about it. I've been here for a while. Yeah, I know, man. I just saw you, but... That's a Natalie question? That's a God question. Because I'm like, if she was born with it, that's kind of fucked up. I don't know, man. I don't know.
そういうことなら俺は何も言うまい。俺も早く病を治して誰かとイチャイチャしたいものだ。
Oh. Yo, this background art is amazing. This is really fucking beautiful shit. Like,
お盛んですね。
なんでも秋になると異性同士で決闘して勝った方が家族のボスとなるらしい。従属なりのプロポーズのようなもので、つまりは発情期だな。
Did I read that right? Hold on.
になると異性同士で決闘して勝った方が家族のボスとなるらしい。従属なりのプロポーズのようなもので、つまりは発情期だな。
I'm not a wizard, bro. I'm not a wizard, bro. No, Soichi-Sero. No. It sounds like you're heaven. No. Boss. Yeah, because I was about to say, he was just labeled as boss. So clearly, you need to get a Roxy figure just so that you can... oh, God. Clearly, dude, like, wouldn't people try and challenge you since you're, like, their master, their boss, or whatever? Oh, fuck. Wait, doesn't this answer 2 questions? Doesn't this answer 2 questions? Because if they're fighting to see who, like, whatever, what if someone has a crush on the girls, and they're like, hey, I challenge you, and they're like, oh, you gotta go ahead and challenge Rudy. He's our boss. Oh, no, brother. Oh no, brother.
そして従属といえば
Oh no,
なんだ
brother.
が、リニアとプルセナ、ドルディア族の2人の姫君は従属にとって憧れの的。求婚という名の決闘の申し込みが後を絶えない。だからこの時期は女子寮に引きこもるという連絡をもらったんだが、手紙にはあとは頼むとも書い
The
てあっ
rest is
た。
up to you.
一体何を頼むというのだ？
Oh, it's mating season, I.
泥沼のルーデウス殿とお見受けする。我と尋常なる婚儀の決闘を。
Who is this girl? Hold on. I understand them. Who is this girl? Blue hair, seems to have come from a cold place, has a sword. You're not from this uni, so that means that you come from the outside. No, don't fucking tell me, bro. Don't fucking tell me, bro. Don't fucking tell me, bro. She's not from this school. Like, she's cute, don't get me wrong. She's not from this school. She's not from this school. She has a sword. It looks like she comes from someplace fucking cold. You're not here to... Rudy only has the two girls. Unless you're here to challenge for one of the two girls, which I don't fucking... Wait a minute, bro. Wait a fucking minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, brother. Like, I can understand you. You might want to go ahead and challenge for any of the girls, right? You, I don't understand, though.
それはあれで
What is a warrior or someone that looks like they like a warrior doing in a school to challenge? Are you challenging for matrimony or are you just challenging Rudius? Hold on. Sorry, my brain is fucking rotting at this point, brother. My brain is rotting.
ですか。この時期流行りの球根の血統ってやつですか。
さよう。
すいません、僕こう見えても割とノーマルなんで。
貴様に拒否権はない。プルセナ様に文を出したところ、貴様が群れのボスだと判明した。よって貴様には決闘を受ける義務がある。
あと頼むってそういうことかよ。
いざ尋常に勝負。
じゃあ決着ということで。
The way you instantly move to see. It gives me the feeling as though she's here to really see if Rudius' strength is what he says it is. Otherwise, she would have challenged, but yet she did not. Did you hear of Quagmire or Rudius? Are you friends with anyone like Rugerd or Eris or someone? Like, why are you reacting? You're so out of fucking place compared to everyone else in here. Like, especially like in this scene. You're so out of place that it's making me question shit. Like, what? She's a spy, but for whom? Yeah, like... I don't know, man. That is so fucking out of place. That is so out of place. Like, she stands out like a sore thumb. It's a Kane. It's a Kane. She sticks out like a sore thumb, and it's like, who? Why? It's like you're observing him. Like, instead of attacking, like most people would normally do, you like absorb. Like, you know, you're like, oh, let me go ahead and observe a little bit. Let's see if Rudius is really good or something. Like, La Santa.
ルーデウス君、外がすごいことになってるけど何をしたんだい？
何も。リニアと
Everyone lined up to challenge. It's like at a club outside of like an EU techno thing where you have to pay like 50 euro, like 50 euros, like like 50 cents to get into the restroom or a euro to get in, and everyone likes the guys line to get in. Oh, dude, the Fitz is so cute. I'm in the line. I'll do whatever it takes. Okay, what if I challenge it? Wait, hold on. Does it have to be a physical challenge, or can it be like, you know what? I challenge you to a game of tag or hide and go seek or rock, paper, scissors, or, you know, I would go ahead and challenge for, like, it has to be a physical challenge, a shadow game, a game of chess, yeah. I challenge you to a slap contest, right? I slap you, you slap me. If I knock you out with a slap, like, that's it, bro. A game of wizardry.
プルセナを嫁にするには僕を倒せばいいらしいです。
何それ。君はドルディア族の族長じゃないんだ。彼女らをどうこうする権利はないはずだよ。
とは言っても、二人が困っているのも事実でしょうし。はあ、むさ苦しい男だらけの決闘大会か。
男だらけってほどじゃないよ。
There's one girl
一
out
人だ
there.
け女の子もいたし。
マジっすか？可愛い子でした？
Oh no. Sylvie. Oh
ルー
no.
デウス君はそうなんだね。
あれ？フィッツ先輩？
Oh no.
フィッツ先輩！なんだこりゃ。
What the fuck happened here? And she's even laid out. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
フィッツ先輩！
Okay, some of them do have that handle. Okay. I was about to say something rather fucking stupid, but now I'm glad that I didn't.
なんだこりゃ。
But hers is a lot more defined. Who the fuck is she? I don't know. I don't fucking know, man.
我が輩に挑むとは魔法大学というのは気骨のある者が集まっておるようだな。おお、順番間違いやなら全員倒せというのでそうしてみたら本当にすぐ出てきたではないか。
Oh no, brother.
その予感が貴様がルーデウス・グレイだ。
How do you know that? Are you involved with... Wait a minute. Didn't he say... Wait a minute. Didn't he say... Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Is he involved with Kirishika? Wait a fucking minute, brother.
とか、我がフィアンセ、魔界大...
Oh no. Oh no. Oh
敵シリカ
no.
より話は聞いておる。我が名は魔王バーディーガーディ。貴様に決闘を申し込む。
わけがわからない。
Thanks so much for the follow, dude.
まだかね。
すみません。自分の杖を取ってきてもらっているもので。
人族はせっかちだと思ったので急いだが、貴様には余裕があるようだな。
How do you fight a demon lord? I mean, you blow off its arms, right? Like, I would legit, like, find some way to, like, ground them and then, like, slice up his arms and then blow him away or something. Don't forget the sound. No, I got it. Bwahaha. Or I would throw, like, those rocks at him, infinite amount of rocks where he has to protect themselves and then be on the defensive and use the offensive as a defense. Eat him with the quick save right beforehand. Yeah. Like it's Elden Ring, brother. If watching people play Fear and Hunger has taught me anything, you cut off his arms and his dick. Analog. Guys, okay, if you're in here, giving you the heads up, after Mushoku Tensei is done, the two upcoming anime, like seasonal anime, are going to be Frieren and Eminence in the Shadow. So if you guys are into that, just know that those are the two anime slots that are going to replace this one when this season is done with. And then when the next core comes around, Mushoku Tensei is literally gonna come in there. Yeah. So you guys are well aware of that, and you guys know. I don't know much about Frieden. I've just seen the trailer, but it looked fucking amazing. Shield Hero needs to be voted on, and then we need to start with season 1. Yeah. Anyways, with that being said, let's back it up just a little bit here. Reminder that the first episode is 2 hours long for Frieden. Bruh, it's probably gonna be like an 8-hour analysis or some shit. Holy fuck.
わけがわからない。
まだかね。
すみません。自分の杖を取ってきてもらっているもので。
My dude is blessed with 6 hands.
もし
What can you do with 6 hands? I don't mean to go all dirty birdie with you, you know? I don't mean to go all dirty with you, you know, but like Ask Kirishika. Punch 6 fools, 6 wives. Hey, yo. You would be awesome at monkey bars, I guess. Honestly, it's a big flex, Links. How you doing, man? Appreciate you being here.
わけがわからない。
まだかね。
すみません。自分の杖を取ってきてもらっているもので。
人族はせっかちだと思ったので急いだが、貴様には余裕があるようだな。さすがは我がフィアンセに認められるだけある。
Yeah, thinking of the situation.
キシリカ様でしたっけ？
キ
シリカ様のことは覚えております。この真顔をいただきまして。
貴様のことをすごいと評しておったぞ。あれほど興奮して話す彼女を見たのは久しぶりでな。
僕は小物ですよ。他人より少しばかり
Turns out that, like, you know, if Rudius beats him, what if Rudius gets claimed to Kirishika? I would fucking laugh, dude. I would lose my fucking shit if, like, Rudius, like, beating him for whatever reason ends up with, like, the rights to, like, be Kirishika's fiance. Oh, dude.
力が多いようですが。
座るがよい。
Bro, you have everyone
ラプラ
around
スよ
you.
りすごい。彼女がそんなことを言ったのは貴様が初めてである。つま
Oh.
り貴様は世界でもトップクラスの魔力総量を誇るというわけであるな。
そうなんですか？
Oh.
確かに昔から魔力を増やす訓練はしてきましたけど。
それだけではラプラス以上の魔力総量にはならん。普通ならありえんことだ。
普通ならありえないなら。
トップクラスの魔力総量を誇るというわけであるな。
そうなんですか？確かに昔から魔力を増やす訓練はしてきましたけど。
それだけではラプラス以上の
Is Laplace still alive? Is he talking about the, like, a person, or is he talking about the place? That is some. Hola, ¿cómo estás, Jesus? Laplace is dead, but he was still alive when Laplace was. Laplace is sealed. I'm questioning the living fuck out of this, dude. Laplace is a person. Paragus mentioned this seal on Turning Point 1. What is this seal usually referred to? When you see, if I were to put, like, this on a door, what is that usually, like, seen as, right? It's If he is sealed and not dead, And if Elinalise was cursed, not at birth, but say like in life or like, you know, at some point in her life, for whatever reason, I am so curious. I am. Seal can be broken. Yeah, it's a cursed seal, right? Like it's a seal to ward off the. Anyway, my mind is going all over the fucking place. Do not open till
魔力
Christmas.
総量にはならん。普通ならありえんことだ。
普通ならありえないなら、俺のように転生してきた者はどうなのだろうか。
Right.
もしくは人神からチートをもらっていたとか。
魔王様、一つお尋ねしたいことがあるのですが、決して僕は今から口にする人物の手先とか配下とかそういう感じで
He's learned. Chat, he's learned to like, you know,
はないので、
he's learned to like not be like, I know, yeah.
唐突に襲いかかってこないでほしいのですが。
貴様が待てと言ったのであろう。魔王は約束を破らん。
Oh, he's such a
人
bro.
神という名前に聞き覚えはありますか？
貴様、その名前をどこで聞いたのだ？
Ooh.
夢に出てくるんです。
そうか。夢にか。
何かご存知で？
Ooh.
わからん。
そうですか。
急にだ。
That's some cap. Yeah, he wouldn't have reacted that way, but still. Why are all the races, and this is not like to be like, cause division or anything. Why are all the races in this world? PD, what's up, Dad man? How you doing? Sospechoso no se parece, es bien sospechoso. I know that this is a six-sided world, and I know that this is something that we've been talking about. So then what happened to the other sides? Why is man-god attributed with all of this? Shouldn't Kirishika have like a demon world with like all the demons and shit then? And like, wouldn't like, you know, if we're going to put it this way, like, ask Natalie, IRL Natalie question, ask Nat. That's an SB question. Because that's sort of what I'm thinking. I'm like, okay. Why do we have Hitogami, man, god? Artemis, thanks so much for the follow. But we never see the demon god or like all these other gods, right? It makes me wonder, was man god just in charge of, like, if this is a six-sided world, taking that into consideration, it wouldn't just be in charge of the human side? The demon god was Laplace, though. Yeah, but Laplace is sealed up. Or dead. Then why are all these gods in this world? Sorry, my brain is trembling. My brain is trembling. Why are all the gods in this one world if it's a six-sided world? Wouldn't the gods be in their own side of the world or whatever? Excellent question. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask. I'm gonna have to ask SP when the time comes, because for me, like this is making me question something, which is, was there a war between the gods or something that happened in which Hitogami became like an instant attack thing? Like, oh, you know him, fuck you. Like, I'm gonna destroy you or whatever. Like, is Hitogami to blame or some shit like that? It doesn't even have to be that. Like, it could just be global destruction on the other side or something like that. God of War? When? Sorry, guys. Sorry. 7 world powers, not 7 gods. God is a title, not a literal god in that case. But then what makes the man god different from everybody else? Anyway, guys, I'm going to have to wait till Ask SB because I like, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Man god may not be that different. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm happen to put them all in one world because we know that, like, yeah. Because I'm like, there's a lot of animosity towards the man god, which makes me wonder, what the fuck did he do? Like, what did he do to get this much animosity?
黙りおってつまらんやつだな貴様も笑え
Oh, and she went to go get him. Chat, laugh with me. What? You guys are something else, man. What the fuck, dude? Oh, shit. Oh.
ルーデウス君、お待たせ。
先輩、すみません、こんなことお願いしてしまって。
無理しないでね。ごめんなさいして逃げても誰も何も言わない相手だから、命だけはね。
Oh shit, they're actually, for the first time, wait a minute, this might actually be huge. For the first time, they might actually see Rudius like full potential, right? Like, in a scary way, if Rudius takes him down, he centers himself as like the biggest, you know, like, it's like the biggest dick in the locker room, right? Like, not that I've ever been that guy, but like, you know, like, it's just, oh, well, here he comes, fuck. Like, here's Rudius. Like, you know, like, just like, yeah, the biggest motherfucker in that school, like, you know, like, wait a minute, what a description. Hey, there you go, that's cruel, Ed. But no, it's legitimately, like, my dude is about to take him on. If he suspiciously specific to Dio, like, if he's about to take him on, wouldn't that just make everyone else afraid? And then those that challenge him maybe even see his true potential and how scary he is? Like, yeah. Awesome metaphor. Well, thank you, Elinalise.
魔王様。
バーディーでよいぞ
What's up,
では
Jigwolf?
バーディー陛下、一つ提案があります。
なんだ
もし僕が負けても、どうか命だけは助けてください。
始める前から命乞いか面白いやつだ
命は大切にすべきです。
それほど膨大な魔力を持っていながら己の力に自信はないか
2年ほど前に竜神とかいう人に殺されかけたばっかりなんで。
And he's serious.
まずい。人神の名前が大
Bro, he was serious when you mentioned the man god, and he was serious when you mentioned the dragon god. You know something's fucking up, brother. You know something's fucking up. Like,
大丈夫だったから安心していた。オルステッドの方がダメだったか。
では一つ我が輩から提案をしよう
なんでしょうか。
一発だけだ一発だけ貴様の奥義を我が輩に向かって放て、それで我が輩に傷がつけば貴様の勝ち、そうでなければ我が輩の勝ちってどうだ。
わかりました。ではそれでいきましょう。
oh shit. Oh shit.
あの時は素手で片手でとっさに作った。でも今回は時間があるなら思い切り貯めてやる。形成魔力を練り上げ硬くする。フィギュアを作る時と一緒だ。ただ今回はもっと硬く回転ひたすらに回す。貫けるように速度魔力を練り込み、今俺ができる限りの最速で
では行きますよ。
来い。
Fatality. Perfect. Flawless. Oh, what the fuck, dude? Oh. Oh. That's some like next level shit, brother. Oh no. You killed the Demon King, brother. Oh.
我が輩大復活
生きてた。
死ぬかと思ったぞ
Oh shit.
貴様の勝ちだルーデウスよ勇者を名乗ってもよいぞ
それはやめときます。
ではせめて勝ち時をあげよ
よくわからないが判定勝ちってことでいいんだろう。
勝ったぞ
うさてでは我が輩の番だな
Wait a minute, that's not how this works. Wait a minute. You don't just declare him the winner and then fucking wait a minute. Yeah, that's changing the rules at the last second. Oh.
はい、これで大丈夫。
ありがとうございます。
でも、あんな騒ぎを起こしたばっかりだから、
Wow.
今日はもうゆっくり休んで。
フィッツ先輩もありがとうございました。
Oh man. Oh
なんだか
man.
疲れた。
Oh man.
決闘やら魔王やら今日は大変だったな。まあでもこれで会うこともないだろう。
You straight up raised a red flag. Oh yeah, no, I'll probably never see him again. Bro's gonna be in your fucking classroom the next day. Like, I've never felt pain like that before. You're now my brother from another mother. Like, oh no, oh no.
さすがボスだにゃ。おかげで決闘を挑んでくるやつもいなくなったにゃ。でもまさか魔王まで来るとは思わなかったの。私たちは魔性の。
Who the fuck was that girl though? Wait a minute, this has just gone completely unexplained. Like, this was awesome, a good little moment to showcase his strength and whatnot. But who the fuck was this girl? Damn it, I am way too late for the stream. Gotta wait for the VOD. Esport, no worries, you stop. Who the fuck is this girl?
じゃあ決着ということで。
Like, bro, you don't just allude to shit without, like... Who the fuck is this girl? The one girl that was there that Rudy got all excited about. Not who's Rem. Fuck you guys. Who's Rem? I don't see anyone. No, pues abre los ojos, wey. I don't see anyone. That's I'm
さすがボスだにゃ。おかげで決闘を挑んでくるやつも。
But also, wait a minute. If she's there to observe, or whatever reason that she's there for, and she just saw Rudius do this type of shit, wouldn't that be terrifying? Esport, thanks so much for the follow. Like, wouldn't you be fucking genuinely terrified? Like, ain't no fucking way I was gonna get close to him. Ain't no fucking way I was gonna get close to him or challenge him in a good way.
もういなくなったにゃ。でもまさか魔王まで来るとは思わなかったの。私たちは魔性の女なの。よくぞ守ってくれたの。お礼に胸を揉んでいいの。
As a reward. As a... I've seen the general. I've seen what you guys posted in Degeneron, and you guys do not disappoint. That is all I'm gonna say. I've seen what you all have posted in Degeneron, and it does not disappoint, my friend. You guys are something else. You have done as well. Here's your reward. Like, oh no.
リニアのは
ありがとうございます。
Did he have? Hey, yo.
不死身の魔王バディガーディ参上。
嘘だろ。
Has this class just become Rudy's like personal bodyguards and assistants and individuals that he's met with, that he's bros with, that like they all end up defending one another? Like, is this class just a fucking broken class of like, you know, strength princesses? Like it's it's the bro class pretty much. Special students, brother. How are you deeming it with an angelic laugh like that? Oh. It must suck though, because put yourself in Sophie's shoes. You're seeing him get close to these girls and all of this like group of friends, but yet she's never in here. I would feel like lonely, left out or something, bro. I would be like, damn, like you actually have like a full on class where you can like, you know, Cliff is with Elinalise, sure, whatever, right? And like only staying from the outside looking in, that would be rough. That would be really, really rough. Make a move then, Sophie. Make a move then, Sophie. Wait, hold on. We're gonna play the outro really quickly, but I need to go ahead and grab this and bring it on over here. Hold on. Because I was gonna say like it is something else altogether, man. And I wish she had Rudy's networking skills. I mean, it's one class per month. Well, yeah, one class per month ain't that bad. All right, let's go ahead and check out the outro, ladies and gentlemen. That we're able to go ahead and see what's up. Guys, I want to see nothing but cat jams and Doritos. Let's go softly. Such an awesome ending, bro. They killed it, man. This ending song is... Man, this ending song is... Are we finally getting answers? We're finally getting answers. Let's go. Let's go. All right, dude. Thanks so much for the sub. I have to go ahead and ask, guys, if you're here on Twitch, when you guys see this go live on YouTube, please leave a comment, likes, you know, that whole thing. It helps us out a ton, helps the algorithm out a ton. The episode is probably going to be named or something like that. You know, who fucking knows? Just giving you guys that heads up. It would mean the absolute world to me. And also make sure to check out the Discord. We have that on right now. I'm waiting for SB, if he's still in here, to go ahead and give me a call, man. Let's get SP. Yeah, because guys, remind me of the questions that I asked, the important questions, so that way we can go ahead and ask him. Banana. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. You guys are fucking goats. Fucking goats, ladies and gentlemen. Fucking goats. Oh, here we go. SP. Hello. Hey, how you beautiful, man? How you doing? Also, thanks so much for the sub, guys. Oh, hold on. Can you guys hear him? Let me bring you forward. I need to make you big screen, my friend. Can I do it? I can. I think I can. Give me 1 second here. It's being weird. Gosh, why is it not popping up for me? Nope. Oh, I got it. I'll bring you over. All right, there we go. Guys, say hi to SP. I know it's been a hot minute. SP, how are you, dude? I know you've been up and down and everywhere, and know that like we've loved you and we've missed you and everything, brother.
Yeah, it's been a hell of a ride this past 2 or so weeks. It's been backwards and forwards.
Right. I know that you were, in the hospital and you've been going through the ups and downs of it, but like I hope you know. Oh wait, hold on. There's double audio. I'll fix it. I hope you know that like at least everyone here has always been sending those like get well messages, and that like we genuinely like appreciate you.
I do. I did see them, and I really do appreciate them. It was yeah. I spent way too much time on Twitter when I was in hospital because there wasn't too much to do other than watching reruns of Big Bang Theory.
So let me ask you this, man, because I feel like we have a lot to catch up on, and there's been a lot of interesting questions that have popped up since then. You ready, man? You ready to jump into it, and we'll touch on some things?
I'm ready. I know what some of them are going to be, so
I'm just going to start off with the first question for you. Is Mushoku Tensei deep?
Oof, we're going into the deep question there.
Yeah.
When you DM'd me that, I went through your video. I was like, "Ooh, I got to see what this is." And I read it, and I was like reading the actual comment itself, and I was like, first they sat there and said it's not that deep, and then they spent a whole paragraph explaining how it was deep, and I was like, you can't say it's not deep and then explain how it's deep.
Right.
And I mean, they gave great examples, by the way, of how Mushoku Tensei is deep, so I don't even have to give a real answer because I can just use theirs as an answer. Is that you've got the relationship between Paul and Rudy. That's an extremely complex and weird relationship because of the fact that Rudy is technically like mentally older to some people's views, while to us, as we look at Rudy's development from his past life to his current life, he has matured in a bit more of a broken way because he has dematured because of the trauma that he's gone through in his past life. Right. And then he's had to re-experience a lot of those lies and learn things and learn boundaries and rules and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of complexity to Rudy's relationship when you add that with Paul, who Rudy doesn't really see as a father, sees more of a friend or a bro kind of thing because of the fact that Rudy had his old parents and then he's got his new parents, but doesn't really ever see them as actual parents. Right. Then you've got the relationship between him, Eris, Roxy, and Fitz, and also Sylphia, because at this point it's two different relationships because he doesn't know that they're both the same. So there's so many weird dynamics going on there, and especially with Eris and how Eris has kind of led to major trauma because of his insecurities, feeling inadequate. Then Roxy, because of how Roxy has become an idol or a goddess to him, because of how she has helped him overcome some of that trauma. And then the close relationship between him and Sylphia as well. It's like to sit there and say Mushoku Tensei isn't deep when you see these relationships and how so many of them are quite deep. They're not just simple layered like a harem anime where it's like, oh, she's cute, she's got nice juggalugs, and it's a wrong place, wrong time, barrel rolled down the stairs because he saw too much fancy stuff. No, yes, there's comedic moments, right? But there's also those moments where you can see a lot more to the characters, and I feel like the writer's always done a really good job at portraying the human nature of a character, the flaws, the strengths, the weaknesses, the growth, all of that kind of stuff. So for me, when someone says Mushoku Tensei isn't deep, I think they're just looking at the surface level and they're ignoring the bigger picture of the characters in the world and how it all intertwines together.
Right. No, and I'd agree with that. There's a lot of like, if we're talking just dynamics wise, right? Character dynamics. We're talking also environmental dynamics, and we can even go into the aspects of identity. There's 101 different topics that you can go into. Like psychologically speaking, you dive into that. But I also want to clarify this, and I do want to make it well known. A good therapist, a good psychologist will never be like, if you can say that you are 1,000 years old, cool. You're 1,000 years old. However, we're going to take in your presenting age, who you are as that individual. It's not like we're going to discount that, but we're not a therapist for your soul. That is not our job. Like a good psychologist, a good therapist takes like your developmental age where you are currently, goes through these periods of like, okay, you're this age, therefore you are going through these troubles, because this is sort of what is known, like Erickson's developmental, Piaget, Kohlberg's. There's all famous psychologists that have all laid out developmental cycles that go according to the age cycle that you're in. We're not going to go in and be like, your soul is 20,000 years old and you're in a 15-year-old body. Wow, we must go through a 20,000 developmental year old cycle. It's like, no, like your brain is at that maturing age. You're getting hit with hormones. You're like, if we look at Rudy's cycle, even, hold on, let me bring this up real quick. Like we can, like, it's easy to even identify, like, wait a minute, he is still struggling with like teenage year shit. Like it's not like he's completely evolved or grown out of it. Hold on, I'm gonna bring this over like that. Let me see if I can get you in on this. Probably can if I do it. Oh, here we go. I'm just gonna keep zooming in until it's visible. What is he? 12 to 18. Identity versus role confusion, social relationships, and intimacy. Is that not what he's dealing with right now? So
Sure is.
that's the things to highlight is like, you know, this is why your brain age, your current physical age is important. And a good psychologist is not going to be like, tell me your soul age. How old is your soul? Let me go get my, like, you know, my astrology chart to make sure that you're good. So, I don't know. I saw that comment and I'm like, okay, like, I felt like he gave a lot of arguments for why Mushoku Tensei is deep. And it's also as deep and as open as you want to take it. Because ReZero is also deep. A lot of anime is deep if you're willing to take the time to go deep with it and see the different themes that are being presented.
I still feel like a lot of people treat anime as like, it's like those children cartoons where people kind of see it as like a Pokemon kind of thing. They think, oh, well, anime can't be deep because they just associate any type of anime with something that they were brought up as a kid, like Pokemon, Dragon Ball Z, all that kind of stuff. And I think some people need to get their mind out of that, because yes, there are some animes out there that are very much made for children. They're not meant to be deep. They're meant to be pretty simple, easy to enjoy, lots of fun. But there are those that are a lot more deeper. There's a lot more complexity to the characters, the dynamics, and the storytelling. And I mean, even the relationship between Rudy and the man god, that's a really weird relationship and quite deep because of the manipulation tactics that the man god does to Rudy. Like, the man god isn't some one-dimensional, boring character who's like, oh, I am this type of person. I'm the good guy or the bad guy. No, he's quite manipulative. He's quite cunning. He knows what he wants. He's willing to do what he needs to do it. And how their relationship works is, to me, is quite deep, especially when you look at Rudy and how he always is in his old form in that plane. And it's a question of, well, is it because of Rudy's mindset, or is it because the man god wants Rudy to feel that way, so he feels insecure and weak, so he's easy to manipulate? And so there's all those different questions, and if those questions weren't there, then it wouldn't be deep. But those questions are there, and that's what makes it deep, to me at least.
Right. If it makes you think, if a show makes you think and strikes up a message in you, I think that is worth everything. Like if a show makes you think, if a show makes you wonder, if it's had an impact in your life, you can't take that away from people. And I think that's a valuable thing to throw out there. My next question for you. Oh man, I guess we'll jump into this. Who was that blue-haired girl? Because clearly that blue-haired girl was not there for the girls. It felt like she was there to observe Rudius or see how strong he was or something, because she took a very weird approach to it.
Which girl?
I feel like that's a meme. Wait, what?
Who? I can't actually tell you who the girl is. All I will say is you will probably find out at a later date.
Bruh. Okay, I had a feeling that, like, was Elinalise cursed?
It's one of those. Just to quickly end on that, it's one of those things where how the anime's done the pacing of the light novels. There are some things that will be explained later. I'm just very happy that the anime did add her in because she will be explained later. But unless you are truly 5-dimensional magical wizard and you can pull an absolute miracle out of your tush tush, you won't guess who it is. But it's a character that will have some relevance at a later point. I can't say how because it might give it away, but you'll find out.
My only assumption was, like, either like, I don't know how to put it. Could have been anyone. Could have literally been anyone. Just the tales of Rudy that might get out of hand because people are talking about Quagmire and all of these things, and it's like, say that I'm in love with you, right? I'm like, wow, SB, I'm gonna give you the the snoo 9000, and you're like, nah, I can't, I'm in love with Natalie. Natalie is like this wondrous individual. Or even like the other thing, you just keep talking about Natalie being your best friend, and I'm like, I want to be your best friend. Or it's like, oh, you're talking about like Natalie Hunter, you're talking about like the individual that does all these wonderful analysis and stuff. Is she really that good? I felt like a weird thing where someone is being sent in to either spy or observe or bring back information. That's because when the fight happened, she didn't go in and attack. She went back and she observed. And that was like the weirdest thing that stood out to me throughout the entire interaction. It's like she did not attack. She just stood back and watched. And that is weird in like a fighting dynamic.
Kind of reminds you of another situation with another character that made an assumption of Rudy's personality and strength based on someone else's overzealous praise.
Wait a minute. Oh, no. It's called a duel. Yeah, but even through a dual perspective, someone to get attacked. Wait a minute. SV? I'll let my mind wander on this one. I have another question for you. Yeah, Elinalise. Her curse, was she born with it, or did someone place it on her?
You're asking the right questions there.
Laplace, is he sealed or is he killed? Or is he dead? I'm getting two weird messages here.
Just remembering what's been explained in the light novels ahead and what's in the anime. He's been defeated. Mm-hmm. And there's the idea that he may come back at a certain point, but when is the question. That's what's been explained in season 1, is basically the whole when kind of thing, not if.
I'm going to continue down this train of thought because it's helping me put my thoughts together. This is why I love you, SV. This is why I missed you. I missed you a lot, man. For this, does Elinalise have kids? Do you happen to know that or not?
I would say based on her nightly activities, would you think that would be an obvious?
I mean, if
the chances of getting pregnant as an elf is much harder, but she's been around for a long time and she's clearly been in a lot of bedroom activities. So
right.
There's a very high probability that she's had a child or two, but it's more of a question of how has she dealt with that?
Right.
And then where are they?
Right. Because that's sort of what I'm thinking. I'm like, if she's been alive for a long time, she must have had a kid or two or something out there in the world. But then how will they come into play, is my mind, if she does have a kid? Or do they even like her for that reason if she does have a kid? Man, you are very, very intriguing. Okay, another question, I guess another topic that we can get into is, let's talk about it a little bit. which I think might be an interesting point. Two topics. The first one being all of these news sites, anime news sites or others, that are being bullies towards quite literally Mushoku Tensei, coming up with all of this like I'm gonna call it out how it is, like a really really warped and almost like toxic perspective on the show and so on and so forth. What are your thoughts on it? I'm sure you've seen them.
I've seen a fair few. There was one that I saw that was weekly from another Twitter account, and I was reading that, and some of the things they were saying was just mind-bogglingly broken. Like there was one where they were complaining about how healing functioned, and they're like, "Oh, but healing can work here, but why can't he heal his own erection problems and all that kind of?" I'm like, that's a mental issue, not a physical issue. It's like healing is about the physical part of the body, not about the mental part of the body. So I've seen a lot of these warped reviews, as you put them, warped in a sense. It's just that it feels like people are deliberately misunderstanding the very basics of how the story works, just so they can come up with really weird complaints. I've done a couple of videos where people sat there and said, "Oh, you don't criticize Rudy enough," and I'm like, literally in the video, I criticized Rudy about the previous episode about how he grabbed one of the girl's boobs, and I'm like, that's a bit inappropriate. He shouldn't have just randomly grabbed them, but it is there for a comedic value, but it is inappropriate, but it is what it is. Rudy wanted to understand what was going on downstairs. Was it like, hey, I'll grab a couple and see if it works, and it doesn't, and that's the point. But then people are like, "Oh, you don't criticize Rudy," and it's like, but then I've seen some others where the slave situation and people misinterpreting, I don't know if it's accidental or if they've just got literacy issues or if it's just deliberate in that they're like, "Oh, well, Rudy's condoning slavery," and it's like, no, he's understanding how the world works, and he understands that he is just a single individual. Yes, very talented, but he is no political powerhouse where he can change the very laws. I mean, at the end of the day, there are probably people out there that have enough money to hire a large mercenary army to wipe Rudy out if he ever wanted to try and fight for political power and try and change the laws of removing slavery. I feel like Mushoku Tensei does it in a much more better way of showing that, yes, Rudy is talented. He's a gifted magician, but he's no god. He's not able to just whoosh his wand and go, slavery gone. I'm sure he would love to do that. And then in the previous season, he tries to fight back, and it's difficult because the system itself is there, it's functioning, and it's deep embedded in the world. And then I've seen people complain, "Oh, well, why does this have to have slavery in it?" Because it's a medieval fantasy, you knobhead. Medieval fantasy times had slavery. It had building infrastructure that was exactly the same. I mean, people complained about, why do cities around river going through it? Because that's how we built cities back then. You'd find a river because what did people need? Water. Travel, fish. You needed irrigation, and irrigation, you needed water. They didn't have pipes and electronics and pumping and dams to that kind of technology. No, they just built near a river. They built their houses. They used the fresh water. They used it as a form of travel. You'd go up and down the rivers to go to different towns. And how did they build defenses? They're round because it's the best defense.
Right.
And it's the same principle with slavery. Why is slavery such a prevalent thing in isekais that are medieval fantasies? Because that was a big thing that happened back then.
Right.
So I feel like people are deliberately ignoring what history is, and maybe that's just a literacy problem. People haven't pulled up a history book and sat there and gone, "Oh, what was history like?" Because I think that's one of the most important things that people need to do in school is learn history, understand of where we came from and where we are now, so that we never repeat the same mistakes again. And I feel like a lot of these review websites are deliberately ignoring all of these basic things and understanding and going, "Oh, well, why is slavery in this as well?" Because it's a common theme that is in medieval fantasies. It's just sadly what the world was like. And I think Mushoku Tensei did a very good job at that. And I also liked how Rudy's mindset worked. He was very grounded with this girl, how he's like, could have put her out of her misery, but he wanted her to say, I want to live. I don't want to die, and that was good enough for him.
Right.
So he gave her that opportunity. And then in the very next episode, he sees her as more as a pupil or a younger sister
Right.
kind of little sibling kind of thing, which I think was a good way of showing it. And it showed straight away that Rudy didn't ever see her as like enslaved. It was more of a younger sibling that was being brought up to have these skills to function in society. So I feel like a lot of these websites were being very disingenuous, especially when the author came out on Twitter and was explaining, hey, this is Rudy's mindset, not saying whether they were for or against or anything like that, just explaining this is Rudy's mindset. And it was really funny because everyone's like, oh, he apologized. And then he actually turned around and said in another tweet, due to translation, he technically didn't actually apologize.
Right.
It's just how the translation works. So he was being a bit of a smart ass going, I didn't apologize for anything. So I'm really happy the author kind of gave a bit of a smack talk back, because there are some websites out there that are known for twisting words.
Right.
I'm not going to name any names, but they're notoriously known for being very disingenuous in their articles and trying to stir hate and drama and then turn around and cry victim. So I have no love for them. I'm not going to pretend to love something that I don't. I feel like they're hacks
Right.
at what they do.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and call it out as well, which is I've seen people legitimately try and start up some drama and like twist words and be as horrendous as they can be in that instance. It's like, I'm sorry, but the moment that you start censoring a story that is connected with a lot of people, that is about change, it's about like, you know, a person going through the struggles and lifting themselves up, the moment that you're like, oh no, this should never be included, this should never be done, is the moment that we start literally killing off like real life situations. The moment that we start going ahead and putting these safeguards that it's like, no, we shouldn't talk about, like, you know, for example, I hate to put it this way, but hypersexualization, very real thing that people go through. Trauma causes a lot of hypersexualization on people, or hyposexualization, where they don't even want to talk about sex or the aspects of sex. And the moment that we start safeguarding things and being like, no, you can't see this is bad, whatever, what do? You're limiting people's ability to reference other like materials and how that's bad, how that's good, how people can change, like the whole aspect of this. And I also want to throw this out there, right? Because people were like, you're justifying Rudy's actions when you guys get in here. We're not. We're talking about how this character came to be, what he's doing, why this makes sense, why it doesn't make sense. But we're not in here being like, yeah, go Rudy, woo. No. What we're saying is like, okay, a person with trauma can do this. A person with trauma, like, you know, due to the research articles that I'm putting up at the very beginning of the screen, like, this is how things can happen. This is how things can progress. But people, for some reason, just like to pick up their pitchforks. And I'm going to call it out as well. Those of you that are like, using what is it, like Wikipedia, throwing the like chunks into like, you know, into Wikipedia, and then literally like just throwing that shit on and making a video out of it, making like hundreds of thousands of views off of it, like oof is all have you seen those, SP, or nah?
Yeah, I've seen them. There's a couple of channels that do longer form videos where they use text-to-speech bots and they grab stuff from the Wikipedia. Then there's some TikTok style video shorts where they're very much just condensing a lot of information from the Wikipedia. But it's also stuff like from the web novel as well. And the web novel and the light novel are quite different in some aspects. There are some things that the author did in the web novel that they felt were a little bit too far, weren't really fitting the character. And for those that don't understand what a web novel is, it's like a rough draft. It's like your first version of the story. You're like, hey, these are some ideas. I'm going to throw them at the wall, see what sticks, see what looks good, see what makes sense. And then the light novel is the final iteration of, hey, this is what I think fits, this is what makes sense. And then the anime generally is based on the light novels. Mangas, yes, they exist, but in this case, we're specifically talking of a light novel adaptation. So I feel like people using the web novel is very disingenuous, because there is some stuff in other like series, the web novels, where they're pretty messed up. And it's done like that because the author just grabs ideas and goes, does this make sense? And there are some pretty big differences, because I've seen people always refer to like the first episode of Mushoku Tensei, and they're like, oh, but Rudy was looking at the cousin in the webcam. No, that's in the web novel. That's not in the light novel.
Right. In novel explanation, if it's not shown directly or whatever. Yeah. If you're stating it that way, if the web novel is the rough draft and the light novel is the final draft, and unless it's like clarified, yeah, we never know. I guess another aspect for you, and I think this is something I want to bring up as well, is if you hate the show, why do you continue watching it? And this is for like reactors, for people, for other individuals out there, because I've seen some people just hate it, but yet that is all they can cover, and I'm like, why? And that maybe this is a question for Chad as well. Why do you think that is? Like, you know,
I mean, I don't have a problem if someone's critical of something, like they watch something they're very passionate about and are
Sure.
still critical of it. But I do feel like some people watch it just for the sake of, they're like, oh, I know this is popular. I know if I watch this and then start ripping into it every week, I'm going to get attention because I'm stirring up a lot of attention. And I think a lot of that just is the nature of how social media works, especially YouTube, where it's all about attention grabbing. And Twitter's the same. I mean, people will make insane takes just to kind of garnish any attention on the website because, hey, anger, hate draws attention and clicks and retweets, etc. So
sure.
I think a lot of it just comes down to possibly the financial incentive, but also the attention incentive as well. Some people just don't care about the hate. They just enjoy and relish it. But I do feel like it's one of those where it's like, if you hate something that much and you really are just like, it's like, imagine if you go to a soccer game and you don't like soccer. You're like, oh, I hate that sport, but I'm going to go anyway, and then just whinge about it the entire time. It's like, well, then why bother? Go do something else. Go watch something else that's more productive. Do something that you enjoy and talk about that. But I feel like, I don't know, I mean, I'm not a psychologist. It just feels like some people have a very broken way of approaching their life stuff. It's just, they'd rather focus on drawing a lot of hate out of people. And I mean, at the end of the day, if you poke the right buttons and attention and stuff, people are going to get riled up, and that's exactly what they want. So yeah, it is very puzzling. I think for me personally, what annoys me the most is when people start deliberately misinterpreting things. Like, as I mentioned about the web novel to the light novel, and using the web novel and then claiming it as the main source material. Because I remember when we first met on Twitter, which was the first big argument that you noticed when me and Nat were going at someone, they were using the web novel as their source, and then they were claiming, oh, well, my friend told me. And then they were going on about different characters and the grooming and all that kind of stuff. And they were saying stuff that was completely contradictory to what was in the light novel, but was in the web novel. And then there was stuff that was just made up. And then I'm pointing it out and I'm going, well, no, this is what happened in the light novel, not that. And then they're like, well, they kept going back to it. And it proved to me that a lot of people that are criticizing this series are just taking information from somewhere else and then twisting it. And I think it comes down to someone lies about something, and then people read it, and it's the saying that I have: people believe what they want to be true, not what to be true. And I think that's what some people are doing on the internet. They've seen something and they're taking the interpretation they want, whether it's right or not. I think that's what some are doing. And I think it's just disingenuous. It doesn't help anyone at the end of the day, and it kind of destroys their own credibility. But it also draws a lot of hate towards content creators, because I see so much hate towards AniTubers. Like when this person made this TikTok video or shorts video, I saw so many people being like, oh, this is why I hate AniTubers. And it's like, this isn't helpful. Like, you're setting a bad example for AniTubers because you're making a disingenuous video that's completely warped, and it's clear that you haven't read the source material. And now it's drawing more hate towards other people that do legitimately read the source material, that have actual proper criticism, that do want to analyze and break down the rights and the wrongs. And as you mentioned before, we're not condoning Rudy's behavior. We're explaining why Rudy is the way he is, why he's responding, why he is broken or growing or developing, etc. Not that we're like, oh, yes, I really condone this slavery in this medieval fantasy world. No, don't condone it. I'm explaining why it's there and how it functions. Not that I condone it. And that's the big difference I think people are trying to warp, is like, oh, but Rudy condones it, or you condone it, or the writer condones it. No, it's called storytelling. It's explaining why it's there, not why we think it should be there or not. I did get kind of annoyed, because when I was in the hospital, I was reading through it and I was just like, I really want to like hit on this, but I was like, I can't do that on my phone. I had to wait until I get home. So I'm sitting there like, so my first video when I came home was I I thought, you know what, I'll put a bit of theatrical on and I'll do the grumpy old man style video, which I did when I first video. And people loved that. They were like, yeah, put on the grumpy old man attitude. But it does ring true. I just feel like people are being very disingenuous on how they're approaching Mushoku Tensei, which I get it's a somewhat popular series, but slavery isn't exactly a new concept in anime either, and no one really seems to complain. And another anime that, when season 1 came out, I remember so many people complaining about Rudy's age, like his physical and mental age. And they're like, oh, but he's this age because you combine his past age and his current age, and he should be only dating these kinds of people. And then there was another anime airing at the exact same time, and it was an assassin anime. I can't remember the exact name. I'm sure chat will remember. But it was an assassin anime about an 80-year-old assassin that died in a plane crash and was reincarnated as a child from birth and grew up to be an assassin in that world. And he's dating like a 16 or 18-year-old in that world as well. No one complained about it.
Right.
The very same people that complained about Mushoku Tensei's age gap did not complain about this anime. Yeah, assassin isekai. No one complained about it. And the age gap was much more larger, and he didn't have mental issues. He was a fully functioning an assassin, mentally capable in his past life, that was reincarnated and then lived a brand new life.
Right.
He was almost 100 years old based on that mindset. But the very same people did not complain about that. They're like, oh, this is an amazing anime. But then had problems with Mushoku Tensei.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the level of hypocrisy that I have a problem with in the anime community. You're allowed to do one thing, but you're not allowed to do the other thing. And I'm just like, and some excuses are, oh, but Mushoku Tensei is more popular. I don't care about your shitty excuse. You're going to complain about one thing, you complain about the rest.
Right.
You can't have your cake and eat it too just because you want attention and you want some cheap clicks. You're going to criticize one series for a certain concept, you've got to criticize them all.
And to jump in, no, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't take a person's mental age into consideration when it comes to like your physical age. SB, if you're like, hey, I'm 15, but in my mind or in my soul, rather well said, I am 45. Cool, brother. You're still 15. You're still raging with hormones. All of these things are being posted to you. I have not seen you grow to that level. Like, the body keeps a score, and I think that's really, really important, right? And if I go ahead and take your soul into consideration, I'm sorry, but then what they're promoting is literally like disgusting. If like Rudy's like a 10, 11-year-old, right? And they're like, oh no, he needs to date his physical age or whatever, his soul age, like 40, 50. It's like, what are you condoning? You're literally condoning the thing that you're against by taking his soul age and being like, why don't we push him into a lot older individuals that like, you know, he clearly isn't ready for. And even through that, let's take a step further. I'm going to be honest, and this is my big thing, is I've seen like the parasocial distortions that have come through this. I've seen aspects of angelification and weird pedestal work. I think a lot of hate comes because Rudy was, I hate to put it, he'd be categorized like in the ugly bastard tag as Eartheus, as Earth version of him. But because all these other guys that get isekai'd are all beautiful, you know, or awesome at their jobs, assassins, like they all contributed something to society, it's like, oh, we'll give them a pass. There's hundreds of isekais where good-looking characters get like isekai'd into another world, and they're because they're good-looking, you give them a pass. We get backstory on Rudy as being ugly and like bullied and all of these things, and all of a sudden people just absolutely hate on it. I'll elaborate on that real quick. Yeah. So here's the thing. There are a lot of stigmas in our world, right? And this is like, psychology has been researching this up and down, and you guys can check it up as well, which is propinquity due to parasocial distortions or angelification statuses, right? Where essentially, if someone comes into your room, right? Let's say you're hiring, and someone comes in and they're a little underqualified, but they look well, they're beautiful. They come in, they sit in front of you, you have an interview with them. They might not be the best at the interview, whatever. A person comes in, they're kind of like, shirt's a little ripped up, they don't look the best, you know, but they have experience. Sadly, a big shift will go immediately towards the person that was well dressed, that caught your attention, that was hot, regardless if they're qualified or not, because internally we have this angelification status that we want to raise these people up to success, even if the other person is more than qualified and is able to go ahead and go through a lot better of the interview process than that first person. It's a weird thing. It's a weird internal confirmation bias that we go through to try and go ahead and like make sure that people keep on our standards, which is why I find this fucked up. And I really, really do, because we're over here, like, people are trying to fight the stigma of like standards of beauty and like, you know, we shouldn't judge a person by like, you know, by their looks or whatever. Yet that is exactly what they're doing when it comes to Rudy, is but not doing the same towards other people. And it's rough, man. It is rough.
It is, yeah. It's one of those where there is a lot of hypocrisy in it, and there's a lot of double standards and a lot of judgments on that. And I've seen a couple of other animes that have this sort of ugly bastard kind of character, and a lot of people, yeah, they're very quick to judge it. And then there's the isekais where the main protagonist being reincarnated is like either very bland looking, because they're only in there for like 5 minutes before they're reincarnated and they never refer to the past, and they're just very blank looking, like anyone can self-insert. And yeah, it's very interesting how people treat different isekais based on how the story is done in those senses. And yeah, I do feel like a lot of people judge Rudy much more harshly because of his past aesthetics to his look. I feel like if he wasn't ugly and he was much more attractive looking, a lot of people wouldn't be so critical of his behavior in the past and in the present. So,
well, I mean, we don't even got to take this into an isekai world, guys. I can showcase a Twitter example for y'all. A guy that's been losing weight recently on Twitter, right? He was weighing like 300, 400 pounds, has started losing significant amount of weight. Like he lost, I believe, 100 pounds. He's still at 300 pounds or 200 and something pounds. And he's been working on a journey of recovery. He lands a really, really cute girl on Twitter, right? Regardless of whatever she does, like they're happy, they were dancing together, whatever. They're a pair. All of a sudden, everyone blows it up, and it's like, how is this guy landing this girl? And it's all these quick judgments that are coming through and like shutting that shit down. Why? Because it does not meet the standards of beautification that we expect from someone to land someone of that nature. Hate to say it, but you can easily see it on a lot of social media sites where if one thing is like you deem it beautiful and something that you do not deem as beautiful, which I find his weight loss journey fucking inspiring. Good on him for like taking that journey of like, you know, self-care, self-everything. But you can see the judgments and everything that come through with situations like that. And it's rough, man. And it's even worse when we see it translated into anime and people shutting others down, or even worse, calling people pedo for enjoying a show or wanting to talk about it. But if we want to talk about mental age, let's talk about this. And I don't know, how much do you know about ReZero?
Yeah, I've watched season 1 and 2.
Okay. So then...
So I'm anime only.
Same. So if we're going to talk about mental age, how about Emilia's mental age of that of being a child and people being all over that?
Yeah, it was an interesting thing that I did. Yeah, because it was explored in season 2 when it was kind of shown about how she's been crystallized and been kind of stored, and actually she's much younger than she's perceived. And I saw like nowhere near the amount of people. No one, actually, to be honest, I don't think I've seen any complaints about her mental age to her physical age.
Right.
Which was interesting because technically, based on her mental age, she's quite much younger. But no one had a problem with Emilia and Subaru kind of being, you know, a little bit romantic towards each other. But it's all like, oh, but her physical. And it's like, okay, what about Rudy?
Yeah.
His physical age is actually younger, not older. But then suddenly it's, oh, well, that rule doesn't apply because he's someone else. It's like, okay, I get it. Waifus are able to defy rules, but let's not throw the entire rule set out here, guys.
Right.
No double standards. Like Emilia is much younger mentally than physically because of the magic and the capturing and everything. So it's, yeah. Chat, so you forget Emilia is a girl. Yeah, and that's exactly the problem. There's a lot of double standards that the community has when it comes to certain things. And as I mentioned before about that assassin isekai, it falls into that some things are allowed, but some things aren't allowed, even though they're exactly the same, but they're in a different show. And it's, yeah, I feel like if in the Assassin anime the main protagonist was ugly, then people would have complained more. But it's hard to work out why.
My thing is, I love ReZero. I love all of these animes. We're just using them as examples, guys, so that way you guys are aware of a different form of thinking as well. So that way, no people are like, oh, they hate ReZero and all of these things. It's like, no, we're gonna watch ReZero together. Like, we already have shit planned for ReZero. Like, don't even trip. But
yeah, I love ReZero. But it needs to be pointed out.
Yeah, that's why it's like it's something that also you can draw conclusions towards. All right, well, slowly coming back into this, I have a question for you, which is, if Laplace is sealed, and this is just a quick little like turnaround, right? If Laplace is sealed, I don't know how to ask this. I have a weird theory that's sort of working around in my head, and I was like kind of freaking out while watching this episode, where I have I don't know why, I feel like Elinalise, this curse is somehow dealt with like, what is it, Perugis or Laplace or all of that section over there. Like, it has something to do with that in general. Like, my mind is for some reason trying to connect these two, and I don't know why. So, I'll ask this. If he is sealed, does Elinalise have anything to do with this?
You're asking the right question.
Stop!
I can't answer. You'll find out at a later date.
Oh. Chat, was there any questions that I forgot to ask? 'Cause I was going through a bit there. Are the turning points, because I was looking at the turning points, and yeah, I went back and I saw it, and I'm like, the turning points have nothing to do with Rudius. Are the turning points essentially like a bigger battle that's happening, like, i.e., I'll use Orsted and Hitogami for an example, right? Just because they're the first two individuals that come to mind. Like, Orsted gains this, and then Hitogami gains this, and that's the next turning point. Orsted gains this, and that's like whatever. You kind of get what I'm getting. Like, the first one is a displacement, turning point 1. Turning point 2 is Orsted and Rudius with like Nanahoshi. And I don't know when turning point 3 is, or what would be considered a turning point. But that's sort of what I'm asking. It's like, it feels as though the displacement, or whatever came through about that, is the big turning point from that. So is this a battle between gods? What are the turning points?
I mean, the turning points are always kind of something that's a major. I mean, it's self-explanatory. It's a turning point, but it's something major that shifts the very balance of what's going on. But they're not exclusive to certain things. Like, I don't really ever see the turning points have a specific rule of they have to involve Rudy or they don't involve Rudy. I think some can directly involve Rudy.
Sure.
When, maybe, how. But they're always something that's very very changing in the overall scope of the story. When the next one comes up, I think will be something that you will very much enjoy, though. It's going to be something that will really boil those juices in your brain. You'll be thinking for weeks on end of some of the implications of the next turning point.
Because what I'm thinking about is this, right? Eris would have ended up in the demon continent regardless if Rudius was there or not.
Are you sure?
Well, I mean, Orsted, when he meets them like halfway through, says, oh, I remember Eris and Rudyard, but I don't remember you, like, for Rudy. So I'm assuming she would have gone through a similar journey, like, regardless of Rudius being there. So then here comes my question. I guess this is one that I was getting at. And this is weird. I guess this is really, really weird. We've been touching on a lot of time things recently, SB. You and I, whenever we come onto our discussions. It feels as though Rudius is being led, like, I'm not going to say by Hitogami anymore, but we can even say, like, it feels as though like even his internal voice doesn't match with his current identity. So it's making me ask this: is it Earthius or is it an older version of Rudius? Is this the first run through, or is this literally like it could still be the first run through in the overall grand scheme of things, but multiple cycles in that run?
I don't know how to approach this question, because we've talked about time and loops multiple times.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, if this is the first or a second or a third, Rudy will probably never ever know the difference unless something happens that was to make Rudy aware. But the fact that Orsted has noted on situations of being like, hey, you're not meant to be part of this timeline kind of thing. I think the question would be, are there other variables other than Rudy that have disturbed that possibility of a timeline, and who those could be?
Interesting. I'm like, very, very interesting the way you worded this, SP. Oh man, okay. I'm like, this is what I've been missing. I've been missing SP's insights. My next one then is, why is the Demon King, because his reaction instantly to Hitogami and all of this, why are all the gods in the same world? Same side of the world, if that.
Think of it as like the real world. You have all these different places, all these different countries and everything. Why would people move? What would be some of the reasons that people would move and never look back?
Destruction of your home. If a big apocalypse or a big like event is coming, you would just keep moving, and you would have to like, it's another displacement incident, wouldn't it be? That's sort of where my mind is at. It's
very
like,
well possible.
But then, if because everyone has clarified that this is a six-sided world, are you telling me that all 5 other sides have been destroyed?
That's the right question to be asking.
And if so, who destroyed?
And if you believe that to be true, who was it?
Because I'm like, everyone seems to hate Hitogami, so I'm wondering if it was Hitogami or if it was, I guess, the demon god, right? Because people keep saying like Laplace, the demon god, sealed away. Is it one or is it the other? Because Orson doesn't seem too fucking happy about anything. So now you have me really fucking curious now. I'm like, oh. Only Orsted hates Hitogami.
It's so hard. It's so hard to say that. Yeah. I mean, if there was a large displacement and a large destruction, are the victims still alive, like some of the major players? And is the person responsible still alive? Or could they come back? And is there multiple people? Is there a singular person? And what kind of hatred would there be between these individuals?
Hold on.
Because these people have been around for a long time, so they've had a long time to fester their hatred and animosity towards each other.
Well, yeah, I mean, you would definitely have this hatred that we're seeing between Orsted and Hitogami, right? As one of the biggest things that are being seen here, but okay, this is just me shooting out there in the wild. This is like straight up SP. Like, this is me just coming up with like a cuckoo theory for you and just trying to get your insights on this. Is Laplace, I don't think we're going to see Laplace in Rudius' story at all. Is Laplace set for the future? Like, i.e., like, you know, an individual that is still yet to come, or something along those lines. And is Laplace being set free because of, say, I hate to put it this way, like, you know, individuals that are cursed around the world or something like that, i.e. Rudy, Elinalise, all of these people. If he is sealed, that is.
I would ask the counter question of what is the main story right now? Who is the main focus? And who could be the possibility of the main villain of the story right now?
I'm guessing Hitogami. I don't know why. Like, my main thing is, it's like this Orsted and Hitogami thing keeps like scaling back up, and like the questions that are keep like are being led is towards Hitogami. But yet Seal's like my main thing is, for Rudy as his story, this feels like a grand schism of things, right? Which is like everything is being laid up in this foundation that's like, who can you trust? Can you trust Orsted, or can you trust Hitogami, or can you trust those around you, even in that regard, right? Because you never know when danger might come. You have to save Zenith. You have to do 101 other things. There's all these concepts that are flourishing. But what is the standard isekai thing? Like, let's go bare bones. What is the standard isekai story? Hero gets summoned to another world to defeat the evil demon lord or demon king, right? Builds up a harem, usually has like another person there with them, so on and so forth. That's the standard isekai protagonist story. So my mind is, it feels like Laplace is for that standard isekai protagonist story that's yet to come. And what we're dealing with is like everything that's setting that up. I don't know if that made any sense. I'm like, in a weird way, my mind is compartmentalizing these two as like separate events.
The way I think you're wording it was that you believe Rudy is one of the stories that's leading up to a bigger, grander story that is going to be involving Laplace.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go.
And Rudy's just a minor character in the overall story.
I mean, he's the main character in his own story, right? And I think that's the important element in there, is like he is the main character in his own story, and this is the full story that's being told. Because when people are like, oh yeah, you know what, like there might be more isekai or Mushoku Tensei stories in the future, you never know. And it's like, but this is a complete story that we're being told right now. Like what? What? So I don't know, man. I don't know. So who's the MC then of this story? Rudius. I don't know if you'd agree with me on that one.
I do feel Rudy is the main character of this story, but I also think this story sets up a larger scope of how Rudy is a fish in a very large pond. Mm-hmm. And how he's having some of the rippling effects on what's could or may happen in the future.
Is time magic a thing?
So you cut out there.
Oh, is time magic a thing?
You'll find out next episode.
Wait. Okay, next episode. Ooh.
Because you know what the title is of the next episode, because you saw it, The White Mask.
Yeah, The White Mask. I am so curious now. You're gonna get my brain to fucking explode before we even get there. You're gonna get my brain to even explode.
I remember asking you a question a couple of weeks ago, and I said to you, how would Rudy respond meeting someone that was associated with Orsted?
I mean, there's probably gonna be a little mistrust there at first. If we're gonna be real about it, let's talk about it, right? If you get isekai into this world, you cause me trauma walking around with Orsted. Or if in the reverse case, if I was the one that did it, I would shut test you. First off, there's gonna be some trauma. There's gonna be probably some trust issues coming through with that. But I think the biggest thing through this is how can you establish a relationship? Is it going to be a working relationship, or is it going to be an actual friendship or anything like that? I have a question for you then. If you were isekai'd into another world, and this is just me working off of this, right? Like, boom, right now you get isekai'd into that world. Would you try and find a way back home?
Depends on the world that I've been isekai to. That's the question. It also depends on, would I be isekai'd in a new body or my current body?
How about we keep your current body? Like, not a full reincarnation, but just like you go through with your current body.
Depends on what magic's like.
Okay.
If the magic could heal certain things that you developed in the past life, or just depending on the kind of the world that you're in, is it sort of like Mushoku Tensei kind of world? Very well possible that I would like or prefer to have stayed.
Sure. I mean, being realistic in a world like that, the demi-humans, you have detox magic? Oh, brother, I think we'd have fun. But
I mean, if it was something like Mushoku Tensei where you got a whole new body and you could live a new life and everything, and it was like, oh, well, you could transport your soul back to your old body and go back to the old world, I'd probably would rather stay in the isekai world if it was a fresh new beginning, new body, new life. It would be, and the world was actually somewhat like Mushoku Tensei. I think I would almost prefer to probably stay in that world, even Riv leaving behind everything, which would be still sad, because it would be sad to leave people like you and all that and then be suddenly all gone. But at the same time, the temptation of the adventure would be a little too strong.
I was gonna say, if you do ever get isekai, summon me. Find a way to get.
I was gonna say, I'll try and bring you with me. We can go on an adventure together.
There we go. And then they'll be making an anime out of those guys. There you go. Oh, that would actually be interesting. You know, like, SB, what role would you take if you were there? Like mage, a rogue, a bard?
That's an interesting one. I guess it depends on what kind of body I would get. Wouldn't mind a ranger.
A ranger. Ooh, okay.
Maybe like a beast tamer / ranger kind of thing. But then a magician wouldn't be too bad either.
There we go. Oh, thank you for the follow, dudes. Oh man, I'm thinking Riz Masters. You know, we just go in there, Riz everyone up. You steal their hearts, I steal their brains. I mean, mental health. It'd be wonderful. That's a 10 out of 10. Oh, everyone's like, I'd like to be Cliff.
Remember when the trailer came out and you were analyzing the trailer and I said the Riz Master right there?
Yeah, now
Now it makes sense.
Now it makes sense. Okay, I gotta be honest with you. For how long do you think realistically this could last, this relationship?
I can't answer that because I know what the answer is.
Would you? Okay.
The question is, because Cliff says that he's going to try and find a way to fix Elinalise's curse. The question is, do you think he can?
That's a good question. That is a good question. I don't know. I'm sort of wondering, like, even pressing further than that. Say that you were partners with Elinalise, right? How do you feel about her, even in your relationship while you're trying to find the cure, that she needs multiple partners or whatnot? Would you be okay with that? How does that look like for you?
It's definitely an interesting challenge because, yeah, if she was to go away from Cliff for a period of time, she would clearly need to do some nightly activities. It would be one of those bit of dilemmas where it'd be like, you know, she's off gallivanting, but is her heart really loyal to you, or etc. And clearly the chemistry between them very early on is that honeymoon stage where they're all lovey-dovey all over each other kind of thing. But I think it would be challenging, but I think it could be done, especially in a world like that where you know there's a curse and that she needs to do it. You'd have to be understanding that it's something that...
Right. I think
it's an activity that she would have to do.
I think it takes a lot of maturity, especially in a sense like that, to understand that, like, okay, well, she needs physical sex, but what if that's not an emotional connection? So what do you value more? Do you value the emotional connection while you're trying to find this thing? Or are you more like, no, physical sex is what defines loyalty or trust or whatever? Because that's sort of like the ripping point in that, you know? I'd rather have my partner bed someone else than die. I'm not that petty. The stick figure. No, but it's like for some people... Go ahead.
I was just thinking that, yeah, it is a valid point. You'd rather not be petty in that sense, but at the same time, it can niggle at the back of someone's mind of the insecurity of being like, well, are they really loyal? And it doesn't mean that you'd have to let them die. You just simply just be like, you know what, we'll just stay as friends and they can continue their nightly activities, and you leave it at that. It doesn't mean that you have to leave them off to die and be that petty. You could just be like, you know what, I'm not comfortable with it, but you need to do what you need to do to survive, so that's fair.
Okay. So even taking a step into this, chat was talking about Banana Girl, which I'm guessing is what we're getting into with the white mask, right? In this sense, I guess the best way for me to put it is, what is her purpose in this world? You're like, oh shit, how do I answer this?
I think the question you should be asking is, what is her goal currently? And I mean, based on the trailer and the opening song, you see her with some type of thing on the wall. And you can see her kind of leaning onto it, slightly a little bit, maybe frustrated. And so you could ask yourself the question of, what is her current goal right now? What is she trying to achieve in this world that she has been thrusted into?
Does she
why is she wearing a mask?
Does she have magic? Mana?
You're asking the right questions. You'll find out in 7 days.
Oh, fuck me. Oh, no. Oh, fuck, I need to put this in here. There we go. Hey, we're back. All right, I want to answer one thing real quick, because one of the mods was like, bro, like, how have you come to all of these questions? Dude, SB and I have been talking about a lot of these questions. It just gets more and more expanded every episode. Like, you know, and a lot of these questions that, like, I'm asking, or we've been asking, has been back since, like, season 1, where I brought up just a generalized question, like, how does this work? And left it at that because I had no one to bounce ideas off of or go deeper into or have, like, deep conversations with. So if you guys are like, wait, how did we reach this question? Is it, like, this deeper question? You guys can look back to, like, when SB was first here, or even, like, back to season 1 and, like, see the progression as to how all the questions have come to be to where they are now. So it's been nothing but a steady progression on that. But SB, aside from that, how are you doing, man? Are you doing okay?
I'm doing all right. As I mentioned before, it's been a long couple of weeks. It was actually rather funny because I was updating everyone on Twitter about my surgery and everything. And when I went into hospital, I was in there for 4 days, which is quite quick for the surgery that I had. They really rushed me out the door quite quickly. And within 2.5 days, I was back in hospital for 6 more days. So the second time I had to go in due to a complication, I was in longer than the first time, which my mother had a couple of choice words to say to the doctors, being like, you know, why didn't you keep him in longer the first time rather than rushing him out the door? So it was a wild ride. I will say, at least I had ambulance cover, because
Yeah.
I had to get rushed all the way from home to the city, which is about a 45 to an hour long ride in an ambulance. But I will say thank you to the ambulance crew. They were very, very nice, very accommodating to my excruciating pain as I was screaming in pain. So thank you to them for making my ride much more pleasant. But it was a hell of a ride.
Oh.
Very hell of a ride. That's why I got ambulance cover, because my last surgeries, I had a fair few complications, and one of the complications you can have with this kind of surgery is a partial or a full blockage where it stops working. And because I had other surgeries, these scar tissues created a partial blockage. And so when the muscles try to contract and move as they're trying to push substance through and it can't push, it clenches on the tissue, and it is excruciating pain. Like, I was screaming down the house. Like, you could probably hear me down the street when I was screaming. It's painful. So it's one of those where there's not much I can do other than just call the ambulance. They come out and they give you special pain meds, because you can't drink anything either, because it's blocked. So as soon as it hits the stomach, comes straight back out, and it's bile, so it's like green, yucky, disgusting sludge, and it wasn't pleasant. So,
well, I was gonna say, I can't even imagine the amount of pain that you must have been in. Like, oh, well, I'm glad you're all better now. I'm glad that you're here with us today, because, wow, man, yeah, like the entire time we've been, we've been a little bit worried. I'm not gonna lie. Like, some of us have been like, oh, like, is SP okay? And I'm like, all I know is that, like, he's back in. Like, we're gonna have to wait another week or so, see how he's doing then, because, yeah, like that sounds like a wild time, man.
Yeah, it was only meant to be probably gone for a week, but turned out to be 2 weeks. So
right, okay,
and then I also have home care as well. So
right. You see, everyone's like, we missed you. We're glad you're better. So, chat, do you have any questions for us? Like, I'm going to open this up to you guys as well, because you guys are a big part of everything. Oh, I know. Open it up to chat, and chat goes quiet a little bit. They're like, wait a minute, what? You're asking us? Yeah, do you guys? Okay, feel free. Go ahead and ask. Like, don't be afraid, guys. And anything, as long as it's not spoilers, is like, okay.
There is a lot of questions I think people could ask with these episodes, especially with characters and growth and development, especially with the chemistry between Fitz and Rudy.
Okay, there's a couple. SB, what would you be willing to tell Ed about the series that will get his brain bubbling?
I've already hinted at a lot of stuff that's got Ed kind of very bubbly and all over the place.
I feel like some stuff you said, like some of it, I'm like, ooh, I wonder that. Other stuff just goes way over my head, and I'm like, you're like, that's a difficult
There's some
one.
interesting questions there.
Yeah. All right, next one. Given last week and today's episode, linear persona.
So what's the question about? Asking about linear and persona?
Yeah, which one would you pick?
Oh. I do like the playfulness of persona, but I also do like... Linear is kind of a little bit hotter. Like, I find her more attractive, but at the same time, persona is a little bit more fun and playful at the same time. It's like, oh, it's a challenging one.
I'm thinking persona, man. I like, that's just me just being straight up about it. Yeah. All right, next question is SB, do you believe that Julie is the most beautiful it's the most beautiful thing in the world?
Julia, as in I'm terrible with names, as in the girl that they adopted.
Yeah.
Yep. Because I'm terrible with names. She's the most adorable, innocent child that must be protected at all costs.
Yeah.
I love the last episode where she's just doing the little fist bump. She's like, Roxy, 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 Roxy.
It was so cute.
I just thought that was adorable.
Ed, why do you feel Sylphie still hasn't told Rudy who she is? I mean, it's a number of factors, right? Number one, you have to keep an identity at school. Number two, you'll also have to go ahead and understand that, like, this might be a completely different person. Like, time changes people. And you don't just want to necessarily jump into something and be like, it's me, or whatever. And in this case, if someone is opening up to you about 101 things, for Sylphie, this might be her way in. There might be also social implications. Who knows what Ariel might have told her to do or not do or whatever. So there's a lot of things that like still apply in this case. So I don't know too much more about that. You asked what Rudy would think when he meets back with Roxy due to the pedestal. What about people that Rudy sold Roxy to, like Counter Arrow or the New Gang? Ooh. What do you think about that? Like, what do you think about like Rudy spreading Roxyism throughout the counties and their belief patterns on Roxy?
I think it depends if it ever comes back to Roxy and Roxy ends up hearing about it. But I mean, I think Roxy would be kind of a little bit overwhelmed. She's kind of the more shy and timid type. She doesn't really like too much of a high praise or any praise at all.
Right.
So I feel like she'd be a little bit intimidated by the high praise and feel like Rudy's going a little bit over the top with it.
Right. Also, thank you guys so much for the subs, Jesse.
I think she'd still feel proud. I mean, I have seen some questions, particularly in my comment sections, and I remember you mentioned, I think in last week's stream, about a lot of people feeling like Sylphie or Fitz is a little bit too simping hard for Rudy's behavior, especially giving him the benefit of the doubt when he was mentioned about how he locked the two girls up or tied them up, and Fitz kind of gave the benefit of the doubt after Rudy kind of explained, hey, I grabbed her, but it wasn't like what it was meant to be. It was like something else. And I feel like when someone's in love with someone, at least how I've always perceived it, the person will always try and give the benefit of the doubt, especially what I call that like honeymoon stage. And I feel like Sylphie, it is in that honeymoon stage with Rudy because Rudy has returned. So Sylphie, it's kind of, as much as Sylphie, it's been in love with Rudy this whole time and been deeply idolizing Rudy a fair bit, kind of like how Rudy sees Roxy.
Right.
I feel like because they've reignited again, Sylphie, it's gone back into that honeymoon stage, and she's very much trying to always put Rudy on a very high pedestal, always see the best out of Rudy, even if Rudy does something a little bit questionable. Sylphie's trying to look at it from the positive side because she's built up that image of Rudy over the many years of being like, yeah, he's amazing, he's helped me through these things. And it's understandable. I mean, Sylphie went for a pretty rough upbringing because of her hair color, and Rudy was the main person there to support. And then, of course, Paul and Zenith were also there as like almost like a second family as well. So it's understandable why Sylphie has such a deep connection to Rudy and why Sylphie it's always there to help Rudy when he needs help. Right.
I guess a follow-up thing there is my man is hurt from, instantly trying to do the do. Wouldn't it be better to do it the same way that they learned how to be friends when they were kids? Because that's sort of how it is. It started as a friendship and started developing into something else. Here, starting as a friendship, and it's like, even though Sylphie knows, for Rudy, it's starting to develop into something else as well. So it's a nice little recall to back then when they were kids as well, which is just that integration of things. A question that is asked is, can you tell once again, how do you manage to stay spoil free? And what do you think about SB talking you up? Do you feel genuinely spoiled or not? So here's my thing. I stay spoiled free because I don't have time to do anything. Like, I hate to put it this way, but I'm always like working on the Discord where people can see what the fuck I'm doing homework, where I'm literally doing homework streams at my jobs, literally from like 8 to 5, 8 to 6, then class. People can literally like track what I'm doing at all times. I don't know what else to say. Other than that, my thing is I don't feel spoiled at all by SP, because the main point of this channel is not to be like, oh, if I do know spoilers, I usually say it ahead in advance, or if I remember like, oh wait, someone dropped this comment, I'll fucking say it. But like the main thing is not to be like, oh yeah, no, like I don't know anything. It's like if I know something, I'll say it. Also, it's to analyze the characters. Like, yeah, something might come up in the future and that may be true. Cool. The whole point of the channel is not to be fucking predictoid 101. It's to like sit there and analyze the characters' behaviors and how they can grow from this and why this might be what happens, you know? Not necessarily focusing on just like predictions. That's not the point of the channel. And also, I love talking to SB. It gives my brain like the capacity to see a different perspective in the way that he asks questions, because it allows me to grow and be like, wait a minute, I did not consider that, so I can add this for like future shows and other things that we may watch. Also, thanks guys for all the subs, Raccoon and others. What else is there? Any cut content that you want to bring up? I don't know what.
Other than the thing that will be explained later with the girl, there was some... I'm just trying to remember exactly. Because there was some minor cut content. I mean, most of the episodes are done really well following the story.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yes, there has been some cut content. I mean, Volume 7 was probably the worst as far as cut content went. Just trying to remember exactly where, because I remember covering it last night in the video, but trying to remember it again. Most of it was just like little conversations, little extra exposition, especially with Cliff when he was getting beaten up. He kind of explained that he was, and I mean, it went over it briefly, but there was a little bit more in it in the light novels where it was a couple of guys basically getting pretty angry at Cliff because Cliff was very zealous on this idea that Elinalise wouldn't sleep around. It was all a false rumor, not realizing that, of course, that it was real. And it does explain it in the episode, but there was a little bit more detail about Elinalise's nightly activities. And I always thought it was two guys that were getting into an argument with Cliff, not like a small crowd standing around him.
Right.
And one of the things they know is that the guys get very like rattled by Rudy because they're like, oh yeah, he's Quagmire, he's pretty strong. And it's one of those things that it kind of starts to go into as the episodes, is that possibility of the perception of everyone on Rudy as well. Other than that, there was like the whole conversation between Cliff and Elinalise and little conversations backwards and forwards and explaining like the passion that Cliff had. It's very minor cut content. It's
right.
Nothing really worth kicking and screaming about, but I think the anime did a really good job, especially the conversation between Rudy and Spaghetti, because Rudy opens his mouth too quickly sometimes. Like, he was very cautious saying the man god's name, but then he quickly opens his mouth for Orsted, and he's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that too soon.
What is the staff joke, by the way?
Yeah, there's meant to be a staff joke. Oh, yeah, someone did note on that. I didn't know if they were actually... I couldn't remember if Rudy explains it in a later episode or if it was this episode, Rudy explaining to the cat girls that he can't get it up. Because I remember that Elinalise and Cliff were in the room when he explains it, and they all kind of look at him like sympathetically. It's not super important that they know, but I mean, the cat girls always kind of sniff him and they're always like, hey, you're not really getting aroused. And that's why Rudy always kind of cops a feel when he does, because he's trying to see, hey, does it go up? And because the girls are basically trying to poach each other, well, particularly a certain dog girl trying to constantly get Rudy to cop a feel of her friend. So it's one of those like little rivalries. What was my train of thought? But yeah, there was the part where Rudy does explain that he couldn't get it up and the cat girls kind of feel bad. I thought there was another scene cut as well. I'm not 100% sure. It doesn't matter if I say this, if it does get explained, but because if it does happen later on, it doesn't matter. It's not a spoiler. when Elinalise and Cliff get together and they're in the room and they're making out, the cat girl gets annoyed and she turns to Rudy and says, "Hey, maybe we should get together."
Oh.
Yeah, she makes a bit of a snarky remark, being like, "Hey, maybe we should get together," because she gets a little bit annoyed at Cliff and Elinalise because they're so like lovey-dovey-dovey.
Well, I was gonna say high schoolers, man. Like high schoolers, what could you do? Like, yeah, early.
And I think that's when Rudy does. I think that's when Rudy does explain, "Hey, that's when I can't get it up." So I think that was the whole scene. I'm just trying to remember exactly how that light novel, how that scene played out. Because yeah, I mean, Elinalise, Cliff, they're smooching. She gets annoyed. She's annoyed that they're getting all smoochy. She gets jealous, and then she says to Rudy, "Hey, why don't we hook up?"
Yeah.
And then Rudy mentions about how he can't get it up, and that's when everyone kind of turns to him and is all sympathetic. And even Cliff is like really sympathetic. He's like, "Oh," kind of the bro kind of thing, going like, "Yeah, I'm here for you, man.
I'm here for you, man." So, okay, SB, this is gonna be an out there question, right? So for Mushoku Tensei, are there any characters that you like that you go to the general for? How about that, right? And by I mean like you go completely degeneral. Like, for example, I was like Elinalise. Anyone got anything for Elinalise? Now I'm curious about you.
So, what's exactly the question? Like, who would I defend heavily, or do I have like the major hots for?
Yeah, who do you have the major hearts for? How about that, brother?
Zenith.
Guys, you guys know what to do. Drop them in the general and tag SP.
I love Zenith so much. I mean, I share that meme all the time of Rudy going down on Zenith where you clip the two things, and I'm just like, Zenith, I love her too much.
SP is a man of culture. Yeah, yeah. You see, this is why he's here. Only cultured people allowed here, right? Oh man. Okay.
I mean, she is a hot as fuck MILF.
Yeah.
And no one can sit there and say that she's not hot. Like, dude, the pear on her chest, her looks. Paul was wise to pick that.
Paul was Zenith is a woman. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think Zenith, Lilia, amazing. Thanks so much for the follow. What else? I hate to say it. Elinalise is always interesting. I'll fucking say it. Roxy. I think Roxy's amazing. I'm like, I don't mind saying that. But overall, I think a lot of the characters in Mushoku Tensei are very well written. I think like
I saw one comment. Someone's like, Paul's wise don't generally go in the same sentence. He was wise to pick Zenith. He was not wise to cheat.
True.
But, I mean, the maid is pretty hot as well, though, too. So,
did SP mention that?
I mean,
yeah. He's invisible to the demon eyes.
Oh, is that explained in that part of the story too? Because I mean, he knows about the eye because, of course, his wife. But yeah, he can't have the eye used on him.
That's interesting. So there's no way to predict his movements.
But I mean, anyone good at combat can use that against Rudy as well. And I can't remember if it's actually done already in the light novels. Oh no, it has. I think Rudy did it once before. Someone did it where they used it against him, where he tries to use the eye, and it basically you back Rudy into a corner, and it doesn't matter what his eye shows. It doesn't matter. The outcome's the same no matter what. Yeah, it's rigid. Yeah, thank you, chat, for jogging my memory. Sometimes I forget little subtle things, and then I get my memory jogged. But yeah, it was rigid that showed Rudy that even with his eye, you can still get backed into a corner. So even with the Demon Lord even not being effective, there are some techniques in combat where even if Rudy can see things ahead of time, it doesn't help that much. It's pretty much more of a hindrance than a help, and that all depends on the skill of the training of the sword or combat.
Right. But through that though, I'm like, because we talk from time to time, and we have everything. My number one thing, guys, is I want you guys to know that SB is not spoiling me in anything. We literally have normal everyday conversations. And it's like, dude, are you doing good? I haven't heard from you in like days. Are you okay? So on and so forth. Just letting y'all know that like literally our conversations are just like, oh, there's this Twitter drama, or are you doing okay, or I love you, and it's like all of these positivities. None of the mods, like, I rarely have time to communicate, and I just want to go ahead and clear that up for you guys so you guys know. Nor FSP nor Nat or spoiling me in anything. What you see here is literally what we focus on in Mushoku Tensei. I might have some questions that I might be like, hey, this question popped up in the comment section. You guys want to talk about it like in the next one? But aside from that, not really. Why are you not shilling the light novels to Ed more?
I'll already reading the light novel slowly. He's getting through the stuff that the anime's already covered.
Yep. Slowly but surely.
But I mean, Ed's got to get through very slowly because he's busy.
Yeah. But anyways, aside from that, guys, any final questions that you have for us? Also, if you guys want to challenge us on something, I'll tell you what, I'll give you the opportunity to. If you guys want to challenge us on something in terms of like Mushoku Tensei isn't deep, this character sucks, Mushoku Tensei sucks, whatever, feel free. Just let us know, and we'll go ahead and bring you up. By challenge, I mean like if you disagree, or if you strongly disagree that Mushoku Tensei is a, you know, I don't know, like a deep series, or you hate the characters, or if you think, yeah, anything like that, like, feel free. We're not going to be aggressive towards you in any way, shape, or form. I'm just kind of curious as to what your thought process is. You know, we can't take that long, so it would just have to be like only in that disagreement. Why do you feel that Hitogami is a bad guy when he's always been super helpful? Because some of the most manipulative people can say that they're there for you and that they're super helpful, but they're leading you down down a dark path. A lot of times that's how situations of like domestic abuse and like narcissistic relationships start. I know what's best for you. Hey, no. Or you really think that you going with your friends is the best option? You really think that they're going to like you with how much you've changed and how you've been? Like, why don't you stay home? Just stay with me. It's okay. Examples of manipulation, even small forms of manipulation. Is manipulation bad in of itself? No. But is manipulation bad when like it's taking the agency or the person's right to choose? It can be. What if he's right, though? I mean, that's up to the person to decide, you know? That's not up to you. You should never take someone else's agency away from them. That's up to them to figure that shit out. Because imagine this, and I hate to put it this way. If you were an isekai hero, we got isekai into another world, and we know that stories like a video game, we know the plot lines and stuff that people have to go through. If we stepped in and we took care of those plot lines, are those characters growing? Probably not. Like, those characters are probably like the challenges that those characters have to take to grow are more than likely being subsided because we're stepping in and we're taking in those challenges for them. So it's a very similar thing, is allow people to go to challenges, figure, like, if they fuck up, hey, be there for them, but don't take their agency away from them. Have a good night, Coffee. Appreciate you. Anyways, go ahead.
I saw one comment in my video, someone saying that Volume 12 won't be covered in this season because it's double core. It's very clear from the trailer that we're going up to Volume 12. I won't say what's in it for spoiler sakes, but
right.
We are pretty much doing 6 volumes, definitely, for this season. I have wondered if they might do Volume 13 because we've got 4 episodes left and we're actually got probably about 2 episodes left for this volume. Because we're on volume 9 right now, and I knew what was going to be in the next episode's already been hinted in the actual title for it as well. And then there's the next episode after that, and I'm going to have some fun here. So I'm going to tease Ed a little bit. Not this episode. Oh man, this next episode is going to be mind blowing for you. But then the next episode after that is going to shatter your brain.
No.
In 2 weeks, there is going to be a war between me and Nat. It will be finally here. The war that has been brewing for months. Me and Nat finally going to go to war.
Whoa. You guys are gonna go to war? Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah. We're going to war. Because we disagree on a topic.
Oh god. Oh god. Now I'm kind of curious. What side am I gonna land on? Wait a minute. Oh man.
I'm pretty sure you're going to be on my side on it because of what it is. The question will be, is Rudy bi?
Oh. I have my own little patterns. I'm thinking I think come episode like that episode we'll have a good conversation about it. What do you think, Espy? Now I'm kind of curious.
I'm on the side of yes. Nat is on the side of no.
You know, I'm on the side of yes, considering how he starts looking at Fitz and how he starts feeling some type of way. I'm like, so I'm kind of curious. What is this episode going to showcase then? Now you have my attention. Wait a minute. What is this episode going to do? Espy, wait a minute. Are you telling me that this episode we finally get like a bigger clue or a bigger hint?
Maybe Rudy starts to question something deep inside of himself. I mean, you've been seeing the relationship. Rudy's constantly going to Sylvia or Fitz for like confiding, and there's constant relationship. And you can clearly see Rudy has a deep sense of respect and care and really wants to know what's behind those glasses, and there's that kind of teasing and all that. So the question is when will things start to spice up, and how will they spice up, and the escalation component to it?
Oh, now you have my attention, man. Wait a minute, because I'm like, Rudy's even been questioning it. Like, no way, right? Like, oh yeah, he's so kind and that's no way, right? So he's been starting to question it a little bit. So right now I'm leaning towards yes, but I'm kind of curious what that episode's going to showcase and if it's going to solidify my answer.
I see some in chat saying, wait, that's happening in 2 weeks. Yes, because we're already in volume 9. And there's at least 3 episodes worth for this volume. So you've got 2 more.
Oh man, you have me like you have me like spiraling here. I'm like, wait a minute. Is he gonna say something? Like, is he gonna be like, hey, wait a minute, like, I think I'm feeling some type of way to Fitz? Like, I am Now you have my brain rolling here, SP. But anyway, I mean, it is what it is. He only ever has an attraction for girls he believes are guys, but subconsciously probably realizes they're girls. Except for Fitz, he doesn't know that like he's a girl. You know, for him, he still strongly believes that that's that's a guy. And hold that thought for 2 weeks, essentially, Sebas.
But even back in season 1, he sees Sylphid as a pretty boy. That's also because Sylphid was much younger, though. Fitz is much older, and there's a much more deeper relationship there now.
Okay, but like, I hate to put it this way. Some femboys, pretty hot. You know?
I also feel like people are using a very broad stroke there where they go, oh, well, if Rudy's into Fitz as a male, then that means Rudy likes all males. No, that would be like someone sitting there saying, well, because you like Zenith, that means you're attracted to all women. It's like, no, there's clearly things that Rudy may be attracted to in a male and not other things. Like he might be attracted to Fitz, but not attracted to Spaghetti.
Right.
Or Cliff. So there is a line there. It doesn't mean that Rudy likes all types of males. There may be very specifics. Maybe Rudy just really likes femboys because of that feminine aspect to the male look that Rudy kind of falls for. And because of that companionship as well, it complements it and means that Rudy feels much more connected
Right. You see now chat's like, wait a minute. Now that we've like phrased it like in that way, it's like, oh, W. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, well, we all have different qualities that we can fall in love with someone. Like, he was clearly against being the stone Excalibur rest from the scene in the episode, so at the very least, he is into effeminate femboys. I'm like, there's nothing wrong with that. We all have different standards and expectations as to what we're okay with, not okay with, which is why there's different forms of love. And I think that's something to clarify that with that as well. Is like for example, I can love like all of SB's like intelligence, his charisma, the way he does certain things, and be like, there's one little like side of SB that I don't really like, and then it's like, oh, with Eidolon, I really love this and that, and there's like, I don't like the way that he's physically built, and it's like we can all fall in love with different traits. It doesn't necessarily have to be black or white, and I think that's one of the biggest aspects to clarify there. Eris was clearly a tomboy, so it checks out. That's all you, man. That's all you.
I also seen some arguments, people being like, well, Rudy deep down inside knows that Fitz is Sylphia. I don't think that's the case because Rudy's never monologued that question.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I mean, whether that happens later on, we'll find out. But I've never really seen Rudy ever sit there and go, is this Sylphia? It's always been like a question of who's behind that glasses, that kind of thing, and then just always confiding in them and feeling some connection to them.
But through that, guys, you guys are fucking amazing. Holy crap. I can't believe we just like we literally go always like so deep, man. This is why I love you, because we take a question, you throw out there a question, a comment, a little tease, and like chat just goes wild with it, and then I start going wild with it because now I'm like, wait a minute, how is this gonna form? Because we've seen them start to grow their friendship, but I haven't seen that spice just yet. So he doesn't have the Dorito. Mods, give SB the Dorito roll. Like, SB gets an automatic Dorito roll. I don't care, dude. SB, I'm sure you've heard, but like now we have a whole section for the spice, the goodness.
Yes.
So you're welcome. With that being said, all right, guys, I actually have to start heading out because I do have some homework and some stuff I need to take care of. SB, I love you, man. I can't say that enough. You're fucking amazing. So glad you're back. Like, my heart pumps for you 110%. Like, I don't know, man. It's just like, it's like when your best friend comes through and you're just like, let's go.
It's good to be back. It's good to finally get to have those fun conversations again.
Right. And for next week, I hope we're so good because I think you said that my mind's gonna start to be shattered. So I hope you're ready. I'm gonna pull out a piece of paper and just keep tabs, keep notes of everything, so we can go deep.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a fun episode. I mean, to be honest, every episode's been really fun, but a couple of these last episodes have been kind of a little bit quiet. Compared to what is to come. I think they're more controversial episodes, and these ones are going to be the real deep, crazy ones. But then Twitter will still find something to complain about, so that's more food for me to feast on as far as video ideas. So,
ladies and gentlemen, please drop all your hearts, all your Doritos for SB, because you already know that Twitter's going to go fucking wild for anything. Please drop all your Doritos, all your hearts and whatnot for SB.